The fucking goddamn YouTube. By the way, I've gone live now. Hopefully, the goddamn YouTube like watch together thing doesn't give us too much grief.
Yeah, well, at least this time we're not changing between videos like we were trying to do last time, which seems to be just an absolute shit show.
Indeed. So, anyway, hello everyone. This is like a emergency meeting type of stream here. Um, when I woke up this morning, the fucking shit was blowing up. Everyone was saying that there's this incredible debate with Mr. Divinity and Andrew Wilson, and then I got a mono up was like, hey, let's get on tonight and review it. So that's what we're planning to do. I don't even have like a nice shirt ready to wear for this. That's how urgent this fucking debate is. Anyway,
Yes.
do you want to introduce yourself for the few who don't know? Once I try and get this shit sorted out.
I'm Mono. I just post stuff on X. Speaking of which, housekeeping notice. Liquid Zulu Without Context is live on X. It's a phenomenal X page. Everyone that has an account should go follow it and like all the videos. It's absolutely hilarious, I think. We've got some really good clips still to come out, so make sure you check it out. As far as this stream, this debate, I'm 99.9% sure that Wilson thought he was debating like a social democrat because he misread Eduardo's prompts. Because Eduardo's prompts say, prove to me, and then the first one is, housing, food, water are human rights or something. And I'm almost certain that Wilson misread that to mean that he was in support of those things being human rights, and Andrew being, the person who typically comes on to like criticize people's conception of rights. He was trying to disprove
you agree with
that they could, or trying to demonstrate that they couldn't demonstrate that those things were rights. So, I'm 99% sure that the only reason this actually came about was because of Wilson completely misreading the prompt. But regardless, I got to give a lot of props to Divinity for how he handled this whole interaction. Wilson spends the vast majority of the time kind of obfuscating and not really, giving honest critiques. And he handles it really well and is able to track the flow of the discussion and, reference, hey, no, this is actually what we were talking about right now, not what you're trying to, sidebar us with. So, on the front end, just, mad respect for how he, dealt with this whole interaction. I think he did a really, really good job.
For sure, and this is actually going to be the first time I see this. Just opening up one of my emergency beers, because didn't get any beers because I wasn't expecting to stream tonight, so I just got one from like the back of the fridge. Pretty good. I don't have a bottle opener though, so I had to open it with a goddamn knife.
I'm going to have to crack open like an emergency Red Bull or something because I just woke up. So, but yeah, keen to dive in. Let's do it.
Yes, first I do have to, there was a super chat before I went live from Heterodox Agnostic 8070 for 200 kroner. Thank you very much. It's my understanding that he's left the chat at this point. Where he's asking, if you have the time, could you go over my debate as well with the same guy after this one? That's a debate he just had like a couple hours ago, I think. I think it's productive to go over for us all. Thank you for being so active as of recently. I'll watch it tomorrow. Well, thank you very much. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get around to that one today, because this one's already an hour long, and we like to pause and chat for quite a bit. But thank you for the donation.
Yeah, no, I was aware that Divinity had done another debate. I wasn't sure if that had happened yet or was yet to happen because I am not good at converting time zones. And he said it's something like it was a certain time central or whatever. And I had no idea when that was. So, but yeah, no, we'll be sure to check it out, I'm sure, down the line. But yeah, probably not in this particular live stream, unfortunately.
Dude, so let's get this going. Hopefully nothing will go wrong.
Stance-dependent claim. Rights are just stance-dependent.
And obviously this has been clipped out of like a larger stream, so I'm not entirely sure in the context of this, so I suppose we'll kind of be able to comment once we get our bearings a little bit. At least that's my my understanding.
Yes.
I
You
certainly
believe in
agree they're
them
stance
because you-
dependent. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Well,
you just believe in them because you just think they're good, right?
What? That doesn't
No.
follow.
Yes.
See, this is like I do want to comment because we obviously did that review of Andrew Wilson versus that like leftist chick a little bit ago, because this does seem like basically his thing at this point is you'll find some moral subjectivist and then just go, well, if you're a moral subjectivist, you actually are relying on me, on people who are moral realists, to not just beat the crap out of you. You're relying on that which you're denying. And you know that he just kind of tears them apart as like kind of an internal critique of them. But and you can see he's going to try the same thing here, but I don't think that's going to particularly work against Divinity. I mean, I met Divinity to Yalcon. He's definitely not subjectivist. I'll tell you that much. It's I don't think this is going to go particularly well. I've heard that it didn't go particularly well, at the very least.
Yeah, look, I'll put it this way. I doubt this one will be appearing on the Crucible YouTube. I don't expect that Wilson will be putting this up as like another example of him owning some moral subjectivist or something.
Yeah, the clip channels will not be going after this one, apart from this clip channel, because we support objectivism here.
Yes, it
Yes,
does follow,
indeed.
That
because
follows?
he said that he believes that there is good, and that rights correspond with what that good is. So it does follow.
That doesn't explain how it follows. Like if he says that rights are stance
Because
dependent,
he's
in the
basing
sense-
rights on the good. That's how it
Right.
follows.
No, that doesn't follow either. Because even if he
Yeah, it
says
does
that the
follow.
good, okay, I don't want to press you on the inference that makes it follow, but when you say it's based on the good, like his conception of the good is not like arbitrary whim. So it's not as if it's just
Yeah, and that's what I was figuring there. I'm not sure what exactly. I assume that Wilson just had it in his brain that the good just meant whim, from Eduardo's statement. But like, yeah, it doesn't really track.
Yeah, like I said, if he knew he was debating objectivists, I mean, I doubt he would have showed up in the first place. But yeah, that
Honestly,
I'm hopeful that Andrew Wilson isn't retarded enough to think that just because you say, you know, I believe that right's a derivative of what's good, that implies that the good is just completely subjective. Like I hope he doesn't equivocate between those two things.
yeah.
And that he was just doing that because he assumed that that's what these guys would do, if that makes sense.
Honestly, I feel like at this point, Andrew should have just said, "Oh, right, I thought you guys were like subjectivists. So you guys have like some objective understanding of the good." And it's like, okay, well then I have no contention. Like that's, and he would have saved all his face. Like he wouldn't have this, getting destroyed by 20-year-old objectivist philosopher. Like if he just done that, it wouldn't even be a clip.
Yeah, legitimately.
just like made up.
It by his own admission, it's arbitrary. What's the
I
system?
never said that.
He doesn't. He
I never
actually, in fact,
said
didn't
that.
say that.
What's the system for what the good is?
It's based on the facts of human nature and the requirement to flourish.
Is that something that is stance dependent?
No.
Okay. How would you demonstrate this with something?
So I'm trying to like kind of piece together what must have come before this. I'm assuming what they're saying is that rights are stance dependent because what you consider to be a right, well, that's going to depend on your conception of the good. But then they're positing some objective understanding of the good, and that's why this conception of rights is superior. I'm assuming that's kind of where we got to here.
I'm just assuming that again Wilson took issue with the first prompt, again assuming that these guys were defending healthcare, housing, food as a human right. Like I think that's kind of what happened. He was like, "Oh, I want to contend with your first point," and then jumped into his criticism of most people's conception of rights.
Yes, stuck to the call center script he's got in front of him, basically.
Yeah, literally.
which is stance independent.
Yeah, the same way we demonstrate the principles proper to the life of a flower by scientifically investigating the nature of flowers and what their process is.
I don't want to keep like pausing. I will like go back like 5 seconds there for him to like actually make his point there. But they, like I mean, it's fine for as a debate tactic. It's clearly very effective for Andrew to have this call center script. But he needs to. I think he's kind of internalized the script too much, and he's taking that as the primary rather than understanding what is the justification of each step of that script. Right? Why does each step work in a certain debate? He's kind of lost that grounding here. I think it's like in there's this game I love to play called Go. It's that one with all the little stones and you put them on a big board. There was a very famous AlphaGo when that beat Lee Sedol, who was the best Go player in the world. Still is, actually. In that game, one thing that you really get hammered into when you're learning it is that there are no hard set principles. There are only proverbs that you should generally follow. Like, third line is the ground line. And if you want to go above the third line or below the third line, you have to understand the specific reasons for why that's a proverb in the first place. And then you can understand why to break it in some situation. I don't think that Wilson is fully thinking through this on why he should break from the script in this case. Why he needs to go in a completely different direction. Maybe, just go, okay, so we're both objectivists, moral objectivists, that is. We both believe in, like, certain moral truths. Here's why my moral truths are, like, why are... He doesn't even have to take on to himself to prove his own ones. You can say, like, okay, well, prove your moral truths, and then he can kind of try and get some counter in there. But this is not going to be an easy debate where he can just follow the script. And he's kind of internalized the script too much, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of a flower by scientifically investigating the nature of flowers and what their processes that sustain their life are.
But using science is, again, the reason for using.
Yeah, Divinity is in chat. He decontextualized the method script from the end of the conversation. Yeah, which I mean, to be that does work when he's arguing against leftists, because I don't think it's worthwhile to have a true conversation with those people. But here he should keep in mind to like really listen to what they're saying still, and be able to, so that he can identify whether he's actually in that zone where the script applies or not, because he's just kind of come in with that unchecked premise, and I think it's not gonna go well for him.
Mm-hmm.
Using it is stance dependent.
The reason for using it is stance dependent?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Does that change the fact that the subject matter is in fact stance independent?
It's not independent. It requires minds to interpret.
You say the
subject
subject matter.
A stance is built via the subject. Science requires a mind. Does science even exist without minds?
Yeah, but do you understand how what you just said is profoundly unimportant, given that it's non-unique to every single discipline you could study?
Well, wait a second. You saying that...
This is where it comes in handy. I mean, I've talked to Divinity before. Like, he knows his epistemology. He's studied this shit before. Like, and that's where that kind of knowledge can come in handy against someone like an Andrew Wilson, where it's like, he can just completely sidestep the entire thing. It's like, okay, you understand why this thing being stance independent doesn't change anything about the fact of the subject being stance independent, or whatever he said. I can't remember. But
for being a Christian, Andrew really likes to argue like some kind of anti-foundationalist who just thinks that it's impossible to start anywhere with regard to anything, and just constantly wants and you'll see this even more later on, but you can even kind of see it coming through here, where he seems to be unsatisfied with the idea that we can, gain an understanding of human nature and what man ought to do based off of, observation of his nature. And Wilson's like, that doesn't seem to be satisfied by that. And it's like, no, there needs to be some, if there's going to be a foundation, it needs to be a priori or something. That seems to be what he's kind of going for here. It just seems unsatisfactory for him that you could just be like, yeah, we can find what is good for man based off of, empirical observation, of his nature and the things that make his life flourish. It seems to just, he doesn't seem happy with that answer.
And just before we replay, thank you very much, Man Sharma, for the 100 rupees. He says, let's go.
That what you say
Yes.
is meaningless has no meaning for an anti-realist.
I didn't say that doesn't follow either. What? It's not as if anti-realists are anti-meaning.
What's the meaning?
I just told you the
facts.
I just told you that the moral facts that are taken up in this worldview are the facts about the requirements to flourish as a human being. But the reason the view is stance dependent is in fact because as an agent, right, you are the thing that's being studied. And in fact, the motivation to adopt a given view turns on you and the fact that you stand in relation to the facts as a human being. So
I see. So then it is the case that anything that we would be arguing about is going to be dependent upon our stance.
In the sense that the propositions are made true by your stance?
Well, that any normative claim that we make are going to require our stance.
It's gonna relate back to your nature, but that's not as if it's like an arbitrary thing. Like you don't.
That's ontological. You can't. How would it relate back to our nature?
Because
what do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Because if you're making a moral judgment about something being good or bad, on Eduardo's view as an anti-realist, it's about good and bad are relationships that things have to you and your life and the requirements to live. So like, of course, it references back to you.
So it's dependent upon his stance.
And his nature, which is not up to his stance. It's conditioned by both.
Yeah, so he's trying very hard to kind of shift them into defending some form of relativism or whatever. Now, again, I'm not up to date on what the precise definitions of these things are, but I'm assuming he's seeing them as being anti-realist, meaning that they don't believe that morality in any way links back to nature, which is what I would assume. But again, I know they've got like some specific understanding of these things, and I don't really have an opinion on that.
Can you demonstrate Eduardo's nature?
Yeah, he's a human being.
What is his nature?
He's a human being.
Oh, okay. That doesn't tell me anything. I'm a human being as well.
Yeah, exactly. You have this. Yeah, you have a similarity of the moral requirements to live your life.
You have that's the part you haven't demonstrated. What's the similarity of this? Hang on. How is this a requirement?
How is it a requirement? Wait, how is what a requirement?
How is it a requirement that we need normative claims to live our life at all?
Because what it consists of being a human being, like the method in which human beings survive is by adopting systems of ideas and then implementing them into their action. That's how human beings survive. And the ideas that you implement are in fact those normative beliefs. That is why morality is a practical.
Well, you're granting yourself an awful lot here. First, you need to demonstrate that we need any of these systems to survive. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, that's pretty obviously inductive, because if you take all of human history as the data sample, and then you say, how is it that human beings were able to survive? Each and every single time they did something that sustained their life, they applied their mind to reality, utilizing a system of ideas.
Wait, hang on. I just want to make sure I got this right. So you're now making a claim that because humans do that, they should do that?
I'm not simply saying that. You asked me what's the argument that the method of human survival.
I'm asking you right now. Are you saying that?
Sorry, do you want to?
Yeah, so you're going to see this a lot. Is Andrew's going to equivocate between divinity is going to offer him an explanation as to what his proposition is, and then Andrew's going to be like, well, hang on, you haven't explained why that proposition is true or how it applies or something of that nature. And it's like, well, that's not the question you asked. You asked him to, describe the principle or describe, the specific claim that he's making. And then now you're asking how you demonstrate it's true. And you're trying to substitute one question for the other and make him look like he wasn't giving a justification when he should have been. So I think that was a fairly sneaky tactic from Andrew that, again, would work against someone whose philosophy was less well integrated or was less kind of nimble on their feet. Within the context of a debate, but it doesn't work here.
Yeah, I am having to try and keep the web in my head of keep the flow in mind, but very very long iterations. I think I'm grasping Divinity's point, and yeah, I mean, The same attack. Normally, he just wants to have, oh, so it's just a social construct or whatever. But no, divinity is tying all these sets of ideas in their mind. Either they actually correspond to reality and then they can, cause flourishing or not. So, I mean, that's really the kicker there for Wilson, is that it is in the last case inductive. It's based on tying back to reality and what your nature is.
Are you saying humans should do that?
I could say that. That's not the claim I just made. I do think that, but
yeah, but I'm asking you. I'm asking. Do you know?
Okay,
I'm asking you a question.
This is a new point. Yeah, this is a new point. I do think it is the case.
Asking you.
Yeah, I do think it is the case that human beings.
I'm asking you.
Yeah,
don't ask me a question before you answer my question.
Wilson should just shut the fuck up right now and let him answer the fucking question. That's something that also bothers me about this. Discussion is how.
Also, Andrew was like, well, "I don't want you to ask me," but he wasn't asking a question. He was saying, "Yes, I do think that is the case." Like, he wasn't asking a question. He was elaborating.
I think it is the case that human beings, and Eduardo thinks this too, that human beings should live in a productive, rational manner. We both think that, yes.
No. Well, okay, so they ought to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a moral fact?
It is a moral fact, but it's not a stance-independent moral fact.
Well, how would it not be a stance-dependent moral fact?
It is a stance-dependent moral fact.
Then how? So what makes it? So then it's not a fact at all.
What are you talking about?
It's just a stance.
I mean, yeah, that's just obviously retarded. I mean, easy one. It is a fact that I enjoy chocolate ice cream. Well, that's stance dependent because it depends on whether or not I do in fact enjoy chocolate ice cream, which is obviously up to my subjective preferences. But it's still a fact. Sorry, if I said moral fact before, I didn't mean to say moral fact. It is a stance dependent fact. It's not a moral fact, but it is a stance dependent fact.
Yeah, and honestly, I just want to hear the elaboration actually fully come out, but Wilson isn't, I suppose, allowing that to happen.
Yeah, what makes it a fact?
For example, is it a fact that you like? Is it a fact that you married to your wife?
Well, it's a fact from the stances of our society.
But it's a fact. Well, I don't know if you're married to your wife or not, but the fact is, like, if the subject matter of the proposition is a relationship you have to something, the fact is both stance dependent and is a fact.
Well, this makes no sense. Could you, if it was your stance that you were married to my wife?
See, obviously I know this is a debate, so I won't necessarily get them going down the paths I want them to go down. But I want to hear the elaboration on what specifically does it mean for, that humans should live in a way where they flourish. Like, in what sense is that stance dependent? Like, what I want to specifically hear that elaboration. I
can't recall. Last time I watched this was like late last night, so I can't recall. I think they maybe do get more into that at some point, but I could be wrong.
Handle Your Candle 1 for 400 rupees. Thank you very much. It's the argument that for something to be objective, it has to be independent of mind. A flawed concept of objectivity. Yeah, because objective means some connection between your mind and reality. Just because consciousness has a nature and contributes doesn't mean that it's unable to perceive reality. Yeah.
And not me, right? Would that also be a fact?
No, because the relevant stance isn't present there.
What would make, so what's the, wait, I'm sorry, the relevant what isn't present?
The relevant stance isn't present? Like, you have the relevant stance.
If it was the case that you thought you were married to my wife, that is the relevant stance.
So what he seems to be confusing here is the difference between the stance itself making something true and the stance being descriptive of how that that fact came into being, if that makes sense. Like, he's being like, well, he seems to think that what divinity is saying is because Andrew thinks he is married to his wife, therefore he is married to his wife. And that's not what the stance dependence means in this context. What it means is the fact that him and his wife made a choice to get married is what then precipitated that fact becoming reality. And therefore, in that sense, it is dependent on, it is stance dependent, I should say. But that doesn't mean that it is the fact that he thinks he is married to his wife. That made that fact true, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
And he's getting that mixed up.
Yeah, it's like your chocolate ice cream thing before.
Yeah.
Like it's not like an axiom or something. Monhop will like chocolate ice cream, whether he likes it or not. It is dependent on you being in the case, you being constituted such that you do like chocolate ice cream.
Yes.
Because it's yours.
The stance of my belief of the matter is not the relevant stance that would make the proposition I am married to your wife true. The relevant stance that would make that true is the position of me being married to your wife.
What would make that true, though, other than it was your stance it was true?
The fact of the matter would make it true. What do you mean?
Well, the fact of the matter is just your stance that it's a fact.
Yeah, stances are, relationships exist in the world. That's why they can make propositions true, and it's why they're facts.
Yeah, but it's all based on your stances.
Oh, yeah, for example, I'm taller than you. That's a relationship I have to you. So it's in fact a stance-dependent proposition. It depends.
Okay,
it's agent relative, right?
What?
But that doesn't make it less of a fact. That doesn't make it less of a fact because it's a relationship.
You say you're taller than me. What is tall?
It's a comparison in terms of extension.
Yeah. Is there an exact inch ratio for what makes a person tall or short?
No, it's ordinal.
So, and
I love he just has immediate answers to all of these things. He's like trying to like, I suppose, get divinity into some point. It's like, and you can't answer that. But like this really doesn't, like it's not really advancing Andrew's argument at all. He's just kind of trying to find any sort of hole that he can then go, so you don't know what tall means. Like,
Yeah,
like, okay.
and as if you'd expect that to happen with respect to the concept of tallness. Like maybe there's some more complex relationship that people have to reality that you maybe could try and pin someone down on. Like maybe if he was talking about utility, then it kind of gets a bit more complicated because utility is like an internal feeling that you have about reality. But tallness, just a very obviously easy to describe, easy to observe relationship between different things in reality out there in the world. So not a good time to try and pin him down and be like, what exactly does tallness mean? And is there kind of some sort of cardinal ranking of tallness or something like that? Yeah, not the greatest kind of attempt there from Wilson.
Yes. Somebody did just tell me to check my Ko-fi messages. Let's see here. But I will, if there's something related to the stream, I'll check it during the stream, but otherwise I'll check them afterwards. Yeah, no, I do, but I like he's definitely blowing his load at the wrong time, and even still, it's not really working because Divinity is just immediately like, oh, what does tallness mean? Well, it's a difference in extension. Okay, well, what blah blah blah, whatever he asks next, it's like, well, it's ordinal, right? It's like he's just immediately knocking down all of this, like, well, what about this type of thing?
Stance, I would make the
We
proposition.
should definitely make a clip that says that's titled "Andrew Wilson blows his load early on live stream."
Married to your wife true. The relevant stance that would make that true is the position of me being married to your wife.
What would make that true, though, other than it was your stance it was true?
The fact of the matter would make it true. What do you mean?
The fact of the matter is just your stance that it's a fact.
Yeah, stances are, relationships exist in the world. That's why they can make propositions true, and it's why they're facts.
Yeah, but it's all based on your stances.
Oh, yeah, for example, I'm taller than you. That's a relationship I have to you. So it's in fact a stance-dependent proposition. It depends.
Okay,
it's agent relative, right?
What?
But that doesn't make it less of a fact. That doesn't make it less of a fact because it's a relationship.
You say you're taller than me. What is tall?
It's a comparison in terms of extension.
Yeah. Is there an exact inch ratio for what makes a person tall or short?
No, it's ordinal.
So it's based on stance?
Tallness is a comparison.
Wait. Does Andrew Wilson not know what ordinal means? Because he seems like he was like, well, so it's based on stance? Like, I guess or did he just run out of steam with that little line of inquiry?
Yeah, I don't exactly know what's going on there, but that was a very, very weird follow-up to getting the answer that tallness is ordinal.
Comparison based on size. It's an ordinal measurement. You're asking what's the particular quantification?
Yeah, but if you say a person over there is tall, you're not making a comparison necessarily.
You in fact are comparing them to the average person. Yeah, that's probably what you're doing.
Maybe, but maybe not.
Okay, that is in fact what the meaning of the term
Yeah,
tall
I mean
is.
that's
It's
pretty much
comparison.
accurate. Like, there's no tallness doesn't exist in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Like, anytime you say someone is make that descriptor, given that it is, as Divinity pointed out, an ordinal ranking, well, there has to be something by which you're comparing it to for that concept to make sense as being applicable to that scenario. So yes, tallness is always a comparison, even if the comparison isn't being like explicitly laid out. Like if I say that person over there is tall, like I get it. There is no specific reference that is being made. Well, tall in comparison to what? But that's where, again, Divinity's probably correct. Basically, what I'm saying is this person is taller than most people that I see. Hence, I describe them as such.
Yeah, like he's +1 standard deviation or whatever. Like you could get into the nitty gritty bits. It's something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what ground Andrew thinks he's gonna gain if he can like debunk Divinity on what tall means. I guess like okay,
Yeah.
this is not really relevant here.
Yeah.
Could be, but maybe not.
What can you give me a use of the term tall that's not a comparison?
Yeah, you're saying that you think I think that that this is tall. That's it. That what are you don't.
What are you
It's
expressing
not,
when you say
it does
it's
not
tall?
necessitate. It does not
Tall.
necessitate comparison.
What would you be expressing if you said it was tall if it wasn't a comparison?
Whatever it is that your stance is trying to express.
Okay, I think you've successfully derailed the conversation, and you saying that you think that sometimes people use the term tall in a
First of all,
non-comparative
so
way.
Andrew's going to later criticize Divinity for, expressing tautologies. That seemed like a big, fat, whopping tautology right there. Like, if you go back, it seemed like Divinity was like, Andrew said that thing is tall, as like being his thing, like his claim. And then Divinity said, so what is it that you're describing when you say that thing is tall? And he's like, well, I'm describing whatever I was describing.
Yeah.
Like that seems to be how that conversation just went. So, that seems pretty tautological to me.
And like again, what is he hoping to like gain from the tallness attack? Like it's really, really unclear. He's just so far in the weeds where he's not sure
Yeah.
what he's even trying to like get across anymore. Like
Divinity has just kind of, just kind of diagnosed that the conversation was just getting derailed at this point, and so I think he pulls it back on track, which is again another good effort from him.
Okay, I think you've successfully derailed the conversation, and you saying that you think that sometimes people use the term tall in a non-comparative way. But like with respect to the point about ethics and stance dependence and stance independence, Eduardo's point is that there are facts of the matter about your life and the requirements to live as a human being that
What makes something a fact?
what makes something a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Facts aren't made facts; they just are facts.
Well, that doesn't answer the question.
Well, yeah, because the question presupposes a fact.
I do like that answer, because now Andrew has to kind of quickly decide what question he's really trying to ask. Like, well, what is your theory of truth? Like, in what sense? What does it mean when you say that thing is true? And then Divinity could just easily say, well, it corresponds to reality, or whatever he would say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they are as a tautology. Can you tell me what makes a fact?
You're presupposing that it's an explainable phenomena. Like the fact that facts are facts is not in fact.
Then why are you
something that needs to be
telling me?
explained.
What you're telling me right now is that there are facts, but you can't tell me what they are or what that is.
He didn't say. He's not saying that at all. Like, what are you talking about, Andrew? He's said many times that no, this is a fact. Like he's saying that. Well, no, I don't think something can be made a fact. Right, the facts just are.
Yeah,
right?
and he's equivocating between those two things. He thinks that his implicit premise is that all facts have to be made. So when someone says, "Well, facts aren't made facts," to Andrew, that reads as there are no facts.
Mm.
Just told you what the facts are. No. Your question was specifically.
I asked, what is a fact?
Facts.
What is a fact?
Oh no, that's not what you asked. A fact is an aspect of reality.
Okay, and what makes that a fact?
What makes aspects of reality?
No, what makes a fact requires an interpreter, right?
No. Why would that be required?
Okay, well then what makes it a fact?
What makes aspects of reality?
You can see like he's on kind of like shaky grounding here, and you can tell that this is how he gets to his, well, therefore God, because something has to make it a fact, and facts require some interpreter, 12 steps later, therefore God. And like if you just, challenge those premises, he doesn't really have much of a place to go. It's interesting to see this kind of turn back on the presuppositionalists. This is normally the type of game they like to play, but as it turns out, when you interrogate them down far enough, it doesn't really, even though Divinity isn't really doing the interrogating here, he still manages to end up with Andrew just floundering into his own death knell.
Yeah, and again, this kind of is getting back to what I said earlier about how, again, it seems like Wilson is some kind of anti-foundationalist, even though he's a Christian, because like facts of facts is like it's just irreducible. Like you can't then go you can't then make some kind of derivation of what that just a nonsense thing to try and do. So, but Wilson is just going to be perpetually unhappy with any explanation that doesn't terminate in God exists, therefore, all these things happen. So he has to act like an anti-foundationalist and criticize the notion that facts are just facts. Like, that's just not satisfying to him.
I do also want to point out that we're only 9 minutes and 26 seconds into this, and already Andrew's in a bit of a precarious position. So I'm interested to see
he's in a pickle.
I'm interested to see how much more of a pickle he'll be in by an hour's time.
Yeah.
Aspects of reality?
Well, wait a second. Are you saying that all facts are aspects of reality?
What makes chairs, Andrew?
Hang on. I just want to make sure I got this right. Rights are a fact of reality then?
Of reality?
Rights are facts, yep.
Okay.
By the way, where the fuck is that goddamn Discord notification coming from? I've got streamer mode enabled. I think it's coming from like fucking Eduardo's stream or some shit.
Fucking hell, Eduardo.
Is it? Let's test before I chastise him too much.
No. Why would that be required?
Okay, well then what makes it a fact?
What makes aspects of reality aspects of reality?
Well, wait a second. Are you saying that all facts are aspects of reality?
What makes chairs?
What the fuck? Where are my goddamn Discord notifications coming from then? Streamer mode enabled. Usernames have been truncated. Let's try turning on Do Not Disturb as well. Is it coming from my end? Where is this coming from? Hold on, let me like open up the actual Discord thing. Maybe that's messed up somehow. I'm on Discord on my browser now. I just don't want there to be a fucking, like, every 20 minutes some Discord notification. Pretty sure I had some noises going on here and there. I don't even know that it is coming from your end, Eduardo. Wait, Monhob, do you have streamer mode turned on, or like Do Not Disturb turned on?
No, hang on.
Yeah, try you turn on, because it might be like just coming through your mic or some shit.
That could actually explain it. Hang on. Fucking hell. Alright, I've turned off Discord notifications. I hope that fixes it.
Alright, cool. Just...
So it was Monhob's fault all along.
Yes. All your fault. By the way, someone's asking where the origin of your name came from.
The origin of my name is Monarcho Hoppian. So Monarcho being monarchist and Hoppian being Hans Hermann Hopper. Basically, like, I'd come up with the name just over 2 years ago. And basically, like, a few parts to it. The main one was I just liked pissing off leftists, like leftist anarchists who I was debating a lot at the time. So I started somewhat LARPing as an anarcho-monarchist while also being, like, obviously being an ANCAP. So there was that element to it. A second part of it, again, as a filtration mechanism, which actually worked surprisingly well on Dave Smith at one point, because
Yeah.
he basically, on Jacob Winograd's stream, he was basically like, what the hell do you know, man? You're a monarchist Hoppian that believes in open borders. It's like, well, maybe, yeah. So, again, the filtration mechanism worked really, really well there. Similar to how Ace Arcus calls himself a Talmudist in
Yeah.
his X profile to, weed out all the anti-Semites.
And
But then the last point is, obviously it pays homage to Hopper and his, democracy, the god that failed, and all that kind of line of questioning, or that position. So there's a few parts to it as to why I thought it was a cool name.
And you do have to think, at some point of Dave Smith saying that, he must have realized, oh, well, maybe there's some unchecked premise here. If this guy is truly saying that he's a monarchist Hoppian who believes in open borders, maybe there's something else going on here.
Yeah.
He might just be taking the piss.
Yes, exactly.
Andrew.
Hang on. I just want to make sure I got this right. Rights are a fact of reality then?
Rights are facts, yep.
Okay, can you show me how they're factual?
Yeah, rights are factual because they identify the conditions required to live as a human being in a societal context. They identify aspects of reality.
And what would make that a fact?
What would make the fact a fact?
Mm-hmm.
He's still trying this. Oh my god, Andrew.
This isn't going well for you, man.
Yeah, try a different line of questioning it rather than what makes that a fact. Ask okay, in what way is that a fact? Can you prove that or whatever, right? Just saying, well, what makes that a fact over and over is he's already got the lines against you, Andrew.
Meeting
no, what would make that a fact? What would make that a fact? Not
what would make what I just said a fact?
Yeah, no, what would make a right a fact?
So what would make the fact identified a fact?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what would make
what would make it a fact? This presupposes that facts are made facts.
So they just exist.
Yeah, facts just are facts. Facts are a brute, right? Facts are facts are, hold on one second, Andrew. Facts are ground zero, right? Facts do not have to be made facts.
I see. So if it's the case that facts don't need to be made facts, then these are things which exist absent any minds to interpret them. Is that right?
Yeah, facts are the way they are, independent of you grasping that they're facts. Yep.
I see. So then,
you see, Divinity was a little bit nice there. He could have been a little bit meaner. I'm trying to pick up on what exactly Andrew is saying here. But he could have gone oh well, if there were no minds, then obviously rights wouldn't be a thing. It's stance. He could just go right back into stance dependence yet again.
Yeah.
But he was being a little bit nicer. He's kind of reinterpreting what Andrew was saying in a nicer way, I think, there, because I think probably he just wants to get the conversation going a little bit. He's already got all that ground on stance dependence already.
If I had a right to a slave, what would make that not factual?
Well, if you assumed it was the case that you had a right to a slave, then it would have always been the case. But we can debate whether or not the proposition is true, albeit whether it.
Yes, again, this is the correct line of attack against that, right? Is that you challenge the premise that it is the case that you had the right to have that slave. And Dave Smith failed at this. He was not able to do that. He was like, okay, well, I guess rights are socially constructed. No, you don't have to give them that, Dave. You do not have to give them that ground. Yeah. As it turns out, you don't have to. You don't have to give them that. You don't have to cede that little ground there.
As it turns out, it can simultaneously be possible that rights are moral facts, and also that you don't have a right to a slave. It turns out that those two propositions can both be true. Yeah. Surprisingly enough,
it corresponds to the facts, because the assertion that you have a right to a slave, the debate is over whether or not you are identifying a fact or you're not. That's what the conversation's over. So just the assertion that you have a right to own a slave does not make it a fact.
So then asserting that you have a right to healthcare, housing, and food does not make that.
Yep. There you go.
Yep.
He thinks that that's what they're saying.
I told you. He completely fucked up what these guys were saying, what the proposition of the debate was.
I wonder if they're gonna. I want to make a prediction here. This is kind of what I hope to happen. This is kind of my ideal many worlds here. I hope we're in this platonic realm where somehow where they just never point out to him that he's misunderstanding the premise there. I hope they just never point it out to him, and they just keep letting him believe that for the rest of the debate until right at the end it's like, hey guy, that's not what we're saying. We're saying people should prove to me that healthcare, housing, and food is a right. That's what we're saying, guy. I really hope that's the case, but I'm not sure if that's the route they're going to go down.
That a fact either.
Yeah, I agree. We're not liberals.
Yeah,
Right. So
unfortunately not.
Unfortunately, I suppose it would take quite something to kind of navigate out of him saying like, well, it's just the same with healthcare, housing, and food, without going, yeah, that's what we're saying. It would take quite something to keep the ruse up a little bit longer, but it would have been so funny. Just imagine how funny that would be if for like an hour of this he kept believing that they believe this. Although now he's probably just going to think that they're running away from that point. He's like, aha, now I've got them, so now I can keep pressing them on right. He probably thinks that they're running away from that.
Yeah.
But he just, I guess, didn't read the first line.
Yes, correct. He completely didn't read it or misread the first line.
I mean, like, Jesus. Like, how could you be listening to these guys thus far in this conversation and think that they believe that, like, communism is good and capitalism is bad and all this stuff? How clearly they're capitalists. Like, this is...
Yeah.
Like, what's going on here?
Their points are very capitalist coded. I'll say that much.
Can you tell me real quick where this right comes from for housing and food?
We don't believe in a right for housing and food.
Okay,
I've clarified
that's what
that
the
a few
entirety
times.
of the conversation was.
No, I've clarified that for you.
Rights. Yeah, the idea was about rights themselves.
Yeah, rights themselves are social, they're moral principles which sanction and define your freedom of action in a social context. That's
So
what a
why
right
don't
is.
I have? So then, tell me something. Why don't we collectively have a right to take shit from other people if we wanted?
Because it violates the requirements of living your life in a society with other people.
Another right he could have gone down there has been like, well, I don't think there's such a thing as a collective right, and then just keep batting it back to Andrew. I don't think there is a thing of collective right. Just keep trying to get Andrew to justify all these statements he's making.
Yes.
Oh, no. We as a society have decided to take shit from another society.
Society deciding something doesn't change the fact that it's incompatible with the requirements of a flourishing society of cooperation.
How would it be? How were Vikings not a flourishing society?
Because they pillaged and disrespected the rights of individuals.
That didn't seem to stop their society from flourishing.
No, they in fact limited themselves as flourishing because they could have expanded their society and been more productive and achieved more.
They did expand their society.
And indeed, like, you can see this the second that capitalism gets like the first little minute amount of implementation, suddenly the fucking curve just goes to the moon, right? Any like Cato guy will be able to tell you that.
The hockey stick.
Yeah,
yeah, the hockey stick.
This is like not even like deep capitalist like underground knowledge or anything. Like the Vikings were around. I guess what they called that era. It was the Dark Ages for a whole bunch of that. Like it was not a great time to live. Like I am currently I am way richer than the wealthiest Viking warlord ever. I am richer than the wealthiest medieval king. Everybody watching this stream is far wealthier than any of them. All right, I can go down to my spice cabinet in the kitchen right now and gaze upon what would take them like, they could they'd have to sell like half their goddamn fiefdom to get what I've got down there, and that's like only a fraction of my wealth. Like I've got fucking indoor plumbing. Imagine
British colonists burned down villages for the spices that I currently keep in my pantry.
Yeah. Imagine trying to have this debate review over, I don't know, career. Like this is I'm talking to somebody who's in fucking Australia right now. We're streaming. There's a guy from India in the chat. We're watching a couple of Americans debate out when this debate happened fucking, this morning. Like we're so much richer than these people. Like that's what causes flourishing.
Yeah. I think Andrew struggles with the idea that just because the society was relatively richer than its peers, that that doesn't therefore imply that it couldn't have been even richer had it not engaged in some of the behaviors that it engaged in. Like, it's just counterfactual. I get that, but it's just true, according to economic principles, that if the Vikings had traded with people rather than conquering them to the extent that they conquered rather than traded, they would have been better off, even better off than what they were relative to their peers at the time.
Because that's the classic economist phrase, wealthy compared to what, right? Compared to what they could have been without the pillaging, they're impoverished. I do have a 20 Canadian dollar super chat from Jeff Hamilton, so thank you very much for that. He's asked 3 questions. What is your favorite beer and liquor? My favorite beer, it might actually be the one I was just drinking. This one called Birds and Bees. It's pretty good. Liquor, probably Kalila, which is a type of whiskey. What do you think of agorism? Do you think that we should engage in it, build coalitions with agorists? I mean, it's fine, it's harmless enough, but I think it's a bit of an anarcho-frogism. I'm an anarchist, and also I believe that, we should grow cucumbers and sell them without taxes. Like, okay, go for it. But it's not really an ideology. And have you seen Prospera in Honduras? And what do you think about it? I have not seen Prospera in Honduras.
I've heard a little bit about it. Seems pretty based. I think they got some special provision within the Honduran tax code to where they only had to pay a fraction of a percentage of what the Honduran government would normally take from people. And as far as I know, there's no internal tax system. They just have to pay a small, obviously still involuntary and unjustified levy, but to the Honduran government in order to maintain their existence. So pretty based. But again, if I'm correctly understanding what he's referencing, and I've got that accurate, then I think that's pretty based.
I would kind of, be wary of being in a country like Honduras, because at any point in the future, they could just go, hey, look at all those rich guys over in there in Galt's Gulch. We're going to take all their shit. If some socialist government comes up and it's like, okay, well, you can't really defend against that. So I would be wary of living in such a place.
Yes.
Anyway, from Ariel Suarez, 5471 for $5 US. Thank you very much. Who's saying greetings from New York, indeed.
They expanded their society into other continents.
They could have
based on
expanded.
conquest.
But they could have expanded the people in their society, the amount of producers in their society, the amount of people that are cooperating. It's the same reason why increasing the supply of people.
They did
in
that
any
through
labor
slavery.
market is good.
They did that through slavery.
Yeah, but in fact, slaves are more productive when they're able to think and apply their ideas in the same way Vikings are.
They were allowed to do that in Viking society.
Which is why exactly, if Vikings were slaves, they would not have been as good as they were. They were in fact only as successful as they were insofar as they were free. Which is the exact same reason why societies are better when people are free, because slavery limits the potential of individuals, which limits the potential.
Right, but they were free to go raid other societies.
Right, but you said that still has the same problem I just identified.
No, it doesn't. They seem like they're flourishing fine.
It seems to you that if you enslave somebody, they're just as productive and just as capable of promoting the society they're a part of?
Well, it's the case that if you enslave somebody, they're going to be more capable. Hang on. It's the case that if you enslave somebody, isn't it the case that they're going to be more productive towards whatever your aim is than if they're not going to work for your society and not be a slave for your society?
It's the case that the best possible scenario is only
I'm asking.
Do you see how I asked you a question prior?
I want to make sure that you steel man what I just said.
I want you to make sure that you steel man my question that I asked you.
Hang on. Me first. I just asked.
I actually asked you a question first, Andrew.
What was the question?
Okay, my question was, do you understand that people are their most productive and most valuable when they are free to use their mind?
No.
You don't think that? Okay, cool. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
It would have to be demonstrated to me that that's the case.
Okay, so every single country and every single individual, the degree of their success is attributable to the fact that they utilized their mind, came up with an idea, and solved a problem by applying their mind to the problem they were trying to solve.
That doesn't necessitate freedom, though.
It does. Matter of fact, if you were not able to utilize your mind and then apply it to the world, if you were physically restricted, if you were under the ownership of people and they arbitrarily dictated what you could and could not use your mind and apply to, right? All those different things that in fact undercuts the conditions required for you to be the most productive you can be.
So then kids shouldn't have parents guide their mind?
No, that doesn't work either, because children, in fact, don't have the mature developmental faculty we're talking about. And to the degree that children develop their autonomy in thought is to the degree that they develop their autonomy in rights, which is exactly why the rights that are afforded to children is proportionate.
There's a
to
good
the
kind of
gradual
mirror
development.
here between, how divinity's kind of articulating how children kind of work, I suppose, for lack of a better term, and how we would conceptualize it. That basically, to whatever extent you're able to, demonstrate your preferences accurately, is to the extent that you are entitled to be, have freedom. And that seems to be basically what he's implying here. Although under slightly different, in a slightly different manner. I will also say, just on the Honduran point, I did see someone in chat mention that apparently that Prospera signed a contract for whatever that's worth with the Honduran government, that basically if they were to get rug pulled and kind of invaded, like you were suggesting, that the some international arbitration court would be able to come in and seize all of the Honduran government's assets. Again, like, whether or not that would actually work, like, who knows? But that does seem like they have some kind of protection in place. I don't know how effective it would be if it was actually, needed in some hypothetical scenario, but that is kind of in place. So.
I suppose. Oh, sorry, my phone just went off. Stop that. Forgot to turn off my alarm. Yeah, I suppose the real big question there is, who currently owns the Suez Canal Authority under the eyes of the states of the world? As it turns out, Egypt just kind of took that from a bunch of British and French businessmen, and then it's just they're still in control of that shit. So I'm not sure how much a contract with a state is worth. This is like a whole thing in Atlas. Yeah, and this is like a whole thing in Atlas Shrugged, where it's signing contracts with the state, and Hank Reardon's like, why are you under this pretense? Why don't you just come in here with your guns and take my shit? Just be honest with it. Yeah. Just be honest about it.
Limit and maturation of their rational faculty. So
should we restrain any thoughts?
With the use of force?
Yeah.
The only thing that should be restrained utilizing the use of force is the initiation of physical force.
So you should only use force to stop force.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't we use force for other things as a deterrent?
Because it violates
like tax violations.
Sure, yeah, because it violates the preconditions of a compatible society where everybody cooperates and flourishes. That's why.
Every single society creates these restraints specifically.
Yeah, they're limiting themselves.
The most flourishing ones seem to have the most amount of these restraints, in fact.
That's not true at all.
Okay.
Yeah, what?
That's not true at all. Literally just so not true that the most restrictive societies have the most flourish. They're just not true whatsoever.
It's literally the opposite of that. You see that the more restrictive some government gets, the less prosperous that society becomes. It's so clear if you just look at history honestly. Just be honest about it. Now you might try and argue that, well, hey, it's fine to have, this restriction here and limit our prosperity a bit, because there's some higher goal or whatever. We just, want to do God's will or whatever it would be, right? But it's very clear if you just look, clearly the more capitalist the country is, the more prosperous it becomes. They didn't have fucking bread lines in the United States during the Cold War.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't contradict what I just said. They're limiting themselves.
Well, you would have to make a demonstration then. That's the case.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, if you want more nuanced conversation analysis of the successful countries, the countries that are ultra successful, in fact, in highly key important ways, despite the fact they have kind of contradictory elements in their system, have this kind of freedom, this intellectual and economic freedom awarded to the people and producers in their society. And in fact, they're just as productive as they are because the producers have the freedom to be productive.
And actually, this does link to a point of why, you see how is the United States federal government so massive? It's the biggest, military in the world by far. It's so far-reaching and powerful, and that's because it is kind of consuming all of the savings that was built up from its more capitalist period. The capitalism, the small government allowed it to get so prosperous that then the government could come in and, you know, make itself so powerful on the back of that. And that's why it's so important that, you know, I know Divinity would disagree with this, why you can't have this government here, why you can't have this monopoly on force. This is one of the reasons why it's so important. Because inevitably, if you had this like objectivist ideal world where they've got their constitution and everything, whatever fucking good that does, the fucking, you're going to get like you're going to get a lot, it's going to be a lot more prosperous, certainly. But then that government is going to start getting greedier and greedier and greedier and just kind of keep chipping away at the edges of the market. And like, you know, you need some mechanism to stop that. And it strikes me that it's going to be a lot easier to stop that if it's like one firm that is trying to become the state than if you've already got this state which controls all the courts and everything and is the last arbiter on all that. Like, it seems like it's a lot easier for that institution to become corrupt than it would be for some individual firm to somehow overpower all the other firms, right? I mean, this is just, that seems very intuitive to me.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Like all of the wealth acquisition.
Well, wait a second. I'm super confused here. You just got done telling me that force should be used to stop force. Right? That is the case.
Yeah, it should not be utilized in other ways. Yep.
Yeah. What if a person's ideas, though, are that you should use force to collectively take things from other people who cannot defend themselves?
If that person makes manifest their ideas into actions, i.e. if they are to initiate force on other people, then of course the principle would sanction using.
I mean, that's not even like surprising necessarily. That's like George Orwell would say that. Like, it's only when you actually go out and do the thing. It's not just having the thought. Like, this is, surely a normie could understand this.
Yeah, just an uninteresting kind of say. Well, what if? Okay, you say that someone that you say that people should prefer to, you know, engage in trade rather than, you know, raiding each other. It's like, well, what if they didn't have that value scale? Okay, then they don't have that value scale, and they're going to start raiding people. That's not a very interesting kind of thing to point out.
Yeah, I think it's just literally Andrew doesn't have any understanding of where he should take this attack, so he's just trying to like keep clinging on to the next little bit of rope until he can find something to truly nail Divinity on. And like, that's never a good position to be in a debate. Like, that's you know, why you should probably read propositions more carefully before you get yourself involved in a debate, so you know that you've actually got something to fight about.
Yes, and you're going to see just overall his lack of knowledge on economics, you know, throughout the rest, like the next kind of portion of this debate is he's really, really bad on econ, which is not that surprising.
Using force against them.
Okay, so, but this principle is grounded in what?
Grounded in the requirements of human nature and the requirements of an individual.
He said this already.
There doesn't seem to be any such requirement in the use of collective force on environment or on people groups in order to take what you want.
Yeah, of course there is, because of course there is, because if I decide, of course there is. What do you mean? Of course, if I decide right now, right, that me and everybody else in the TikTok panel are going to go and plunder and pillage your house, you in fact no longer can live a moral, successful, productive life.
Yeah, but why should you care about that?
Why should I care about your ability to live a moral, productive life?
Yeah.
Because me and you have a mutual harmony of interest and we can achieve more together than we could apart.
Can you do that?
He's got the answers. He's got the fucking answers. Like, this is the problem, is that, you know, you're debating someone who's inherited a philosophy from Ayn Rand, you know. Say what you want about her, but she had the answers. You might disagree with, you know, her philosophy or whatever, but like, you know, not like she's never thought about these questions before. And if you've got, like, you know, several generations on from that, like, these questions have been discussed before. Like, you're not the first one bringing this to the fore.
If you have massive ideological gaps,
the ideological gaps are things that you can evaluate and change. So, I mean,
can we change them with force?
No, of course not. That's why the CRA.
Yes, I mean, you definitely can. You can eliminate an ideology with force, right?
Right, and that's why when we made racism illegal in 1963, it became illegal. like,
So you
right?
removed an ideology.
Yeah, like when we made racism
beginning to
illegal, there
remove
was no more
ideologies with
racism.
force.
Because
I love that example. Yeah, of course, when we made racism illegal, nobody was a racist anymore.
Yeah.
look, if I point a gun to your head right now and I say you must believe that 2 + 2 = 5, right? No matter how much willing you're going to do, it does not change the fact that your belief is still ultimately up to you and your decisions, and you can only believe things with respect to the evidence, right? If you force somebody to do something, you're
And this is the one point from Rand's politics, which I wholeheartedly agree with. This is kind of related to her writing on value and force being opposites. That you can't force values on people. Values can only be coming from, a person's free thought. That they have to actually go out there and judge something as a value for it to be a value to them, right? Like, you can't force a value on someone. And this is like, this is an error both the intrinsicists and the subjectivists make. For a subjectivist, of course, if value is just, pure whim, then you couldn't ever convince someone of it. So you gotta just force it on them. If it's intrinsic, well, then you could force it on someone. You can force God's will on someone or whatever. But in the objectivist conception, or an objective value, you could never force it on somebody. You can't force someone to see the truth. You can't think for someone, just as you can't digest for them.
you're just causing them to stop thinking. You're not causing them to change your mind.
Yeah, well, I'm confused here, because you seem to think that you should use force in order to stop force.
Yeah, but not to change. I don't care about changing the mind of a criminal. That's not why you should.
What
use
makes
force.
them what makes them a criminal other than you just declare them?
They're
one?
violating the moral law of the individual rights.
That moral law is an ungrounded principle that you just
said it was
made up.
ungrounded. I told you the grounding.
What was the grounding again?
Human nature and the requirements of society.
There's no requirement in any society that they don't use collective force to take shit.
There's actually a moral requirement.
You'd have to demonstrate that.
I already gave you an example of how the usage of force is on principle anti-survival.
It's not anti-survival.
Right, of course it is. If I go right now and
not.
I utilize force against you, in fact, your survival has been hindered.
So the Native Americans, when Europeans colonized this area and essentially took them all out, how is that contrary to European survival again?
The Europeans, in fact, could have lived more productive lives if they had utilized the cooperation of the natives.
Prove it.
I just told you the economic
This is
principle
just
of
the
the
law
increase
of comparative advantage, by the way.
Yeah.
I wish this thing that I wish that Divinity had brought. They actually don't end up bringing this up. Spoiler alert. Specifically, the law of comparative advantage. It is kind of vaguely referenced, but so Andrew's gonna, and I'm gonna kind of preempt something that Andrew says, but I wanted to get into this now. Andrew's gonna say something like, "Well, how were the colonists not better off just by, rather than letting the unproductive natives, keep their land and trade with them? Why were they better off? Why wouldn't they have just been better off conquering it and then taking it over and being more productive with it themselves?" And again, it's the law of comparative advantage. Okay, even if it is true that the colonists would have been more productive with that land than the Native Americans were, it's still better for the colonists to specialize in their own discipline and produce more of whatever they're producing on their own land and trade with the natives, even if the natives are less productive at farming or So the natives have a whole bunch of animals or wild animals on their land, like buffalo, and they can only kill, say, half as much buffalo as the colonists would have been able to kill and turn into food. Well, even then, it still is preferable to let the Native Americans do that rather than taking over that land, because you're just stretching the same number of people to do more and more things rather than allowing them to specialize and then engage in trade. So
it's the classic example of it's the classic example of like the surgeon who's a better receptionist than his receptionist. He's a better typist than his typist, but it still benefits him to have a receptionist, because guess what? Then he doesn't have to do all that work. He can do more surgeries, which he's way more productive in.
Yeah. I think the best reductio that I've thought of is just imagine a single person who is the most productive and most efficient person at everything ever that is conceivable. He's just like the perfect human almost. As like literally any task that you give him, he's going to be more productive and more efficient than anyone else at it. Okay. Well, even then, you know, is it going to be best for that person to literally do every single possible task that they could ever need and produce anything that they could ever need themselves? No, it's still going to be they're still going to be better off allowing other people who are less productive at that thing to do that thing and then trade with them rather than trying to conquer literally every single other human being on Earth just because they're more productive at doing some specific tasks than those other people.
Mm-hmm. Which, by the way, completely blows out the water, like the whole AGI worrying. Like, well, law of comparative advantage still exists for a super intelligent AI.
Yes.
Anyway, before we get back into the video, I was requested by Superboy Boys, who is 5 Chronic, who has been on the channel multiple times, friend of the channel, to check out some of his comments in the comments section. There's Divinity. See, a lot of Wilson fans kind of coping here, it looks like. Truth Nuke. Actually, the color of the sky is stance dependent on your sensory apparatus. You could say the wavelength of light produced by Rayleigh scattering in Earth's atmosphere. Yeah, because you might be colorblind or whatever.
How many views does the original thing have, by the way? Out of curiosity.
Let's see. Now everybody can see my YouTube recommendations. You have to scroll past them. 1,259 views, so it's popping off. That's
pretty wild. It was only like, that's huge.
Especially since Eduardo only has 89 subscribers. Like, actually, I'm not subscribed to him. Whoops. There you go. There's 90 for you.
Just another subscriber for you.
Whoopsie-daisies.
93 likes and 16 dislikes isn't too bad on a video from a
take that with a huge grain of salt, because this is like
taking on a
this like extension. I don't even know where I got this. I think it's like one of my YouTube creator extensions, like video analytics or whatever, just adds this for me. But it's based on other people who have that extension and whether they disliked it, and it tries to like average. But that's not like a neutral set of people. That's a very specific set of people who have gone to the extent of downloading an extension for YouTube.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, that's fair. But no, it seems like the video is doing well, so that's awesome.
Yeah. So good luck to Eduardo. You should definitely keep uploading these. You should definitely do more debates. Get like a streaming setup on like your PC as well. You know, get in
and
there.
Post clips. Yeah, post lots of clips.
And it's already in a nice clip format because you stream on that goddamn confounded app known as TikTok. See, it's already in the proper format and everything. So you can do it, Eduardo. I believe in you. I mean, technically, this is a clip. You know, actually, Eduardo, one thing I will do is because it doesn't really. I will send you the software that I use for capturing the TikTok stream on my phone, so I can use it on my computer, so it's actually like in a nice 16:9 format. But I need to figure out some way of like censoring the comments and everything, because otherwise, like, you know, some guy called N-word rapist will just come up, and it's like, okay, well, now I've got to paste in their fucking picture over top of that section of the screen, and you can barely see anything. But once I figure that out, I will let you know, because it would definitely help out for a video like this if there was, like, you know, something else filling up the space. If you swipe right, it hides comments. Thank you, Kizu Kalat. I will do that in future.
Of labor increase their productivity is one such example.
These cultures. So you think that Native Americans were just going to like put on trousers and start working? I didn't say that.
I didn't say that either.
Well, what was the why would there be any requirement from such a civilization, which was so much of a lesser civilization? Why would there be any necessity if we could just take the resources instead and not deal with the people on top of the resources? Why wouldn't we just do that? Why would we need the people there?
Yeah, so this is a point about pragmatism. We're like, well, if I can get this outcome, but I don't really have to follow these life-promoting.
Yeah, definitely law of comparative advantage would be a superior, like, well, this is why.
Yep. I tend to agree.
Principles, why should I follow the principles? And the fact is that if you operate in this kind of the thing is you need principles.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, that's not the case.
It is
No,
the case.
it's not.
Because
The
I've
case
already
is that you said it's always a universal grounded truth.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That if you utilize force for your benefit, that's always wrong because of some fucking labor principle. But I just pointed out and demonstrated to you that we don't need a labor principle with a primitive people. We just take their shit.
I just told you it's counterfactual.
We just take their shit.
But
do you think that Native Americans were? Hang on. Do you think Native Americans were super upset?
I just asked you a question. Can you answer my question?
What was the question?
My question was,
you didn't answer mine. You didn't answer mine.
I actually asked you a question first, so I did answer your question. The previous one,
you didn't answer it. You didn't.
Yes, I did.
You didn't answer it.
What did I not answer?
What you just said makes no sense.
What did I not answer from you? What?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you again. How you need to demonstrate to me how it would be that when colonials took over what is now the United States, that somehow getting cooperation from people who did not want to cooperate with them, who perpetually were at war with them, how that would have made things better than their elimination. For
to be clear, he's shifting the example here. We were specifically talking about within the context of, making the choice between trading with or raiding the Native Americans. If the premise is, or it's presupposed that the natives are violent and looking to attack you, then Divinity already pointed out that the principle allows you to use force or permits you to use force in order to prevent that from happening. So this is not a counterexample that Wilson is bringing up whatsoever to Divinity's position.
Yes, I did get a couple of Ko-fi donations, but they are showing up really weirdly. Like I don't know what's going on with the website right now. Let me try and look at it on another browser.
One MDA also makes a good point in the comments. That's something I was going to mention as well, is before the state got involved, and MRH Legacy, I'm pretty sure, has a good video on this. Before the state got involved, Native American and colonial relations were extremely positive. Like the overwhelming majority, as far as I'm aware, of cases would involve trade rather than one side attacking the other. It was only once the state got involved and there was a standing army and suddenly the incentives shifted due to the imposition of that standing army that suddenly you got a much more raiding than you did trading.
Yeah, so apologies to the Ko-fi donators. There's one from Monero for $5, another from Voyant for $5. Monero's one is talking about an article on Prospera. Actually, I shouldn't read these out unless I'm told to read these out. So apologies if I wasn't supposed to read out that you sent me an article on Prospera. I can't see whether the message is public or private. And Voyant, your one got cut off. I can't see it because Ko-fi's messed up at the moment.
Yeah, first thing is that the thing that I claimed was that on principle, the utilization of force is anti-human survival. In the particular case of British people going and colonizing, in fact, counterfactually, it would have been better, right? If you evaluate all of the parties in the situation and things that they could have done, the best case scenario for everybody there would have been if they all cooperated, kumbaya, and worked together.
Yeah, he's kind of alluding to comparative advantage there. He didn't it didn't explicitly say it, but he is kind of alluding to that economic principle there. So
that's what I'm asking for the demonstration of.
Okay. So then the argument now is the claim that if everyone cooperated, it would be better for everybody. Well, I already gave the inductive support for that. I already gave the inductive support for that. One, the fact that the increase of labor increased the productivity is one such example. And then like a basic common sense level, right? If you have more people working towards the same common goal, you in fact could be more organized, more sophisticated, more specialized, and therefore be more productive. It's the same argument. It's the same,
more specialized. That is law of comparative advantage.
Philosophical basis for the economic principle that the increase of labor increases the increase of productivity. It's the same thing.
But what
It's
you
the same
haven't
reason
shown
why.
me,
It's the same reason.
I suppose maybe Divinity's just trying to be like super inductive about this whole thing, and like he doesn't have a good way to like inductively come at the law of comparative advantage. Which, I mean, fair enough. I don't know if he's specifically studied economics or whatever. I mean, he's doing a fine job anyway.
Yeah.
Here's what I guess here's what I'm still confused about with this position.
Huh?
When you make the reference towards human nature, and you're saying that you're utilizing this principle yourself from a source of pragmatism, correct?
I'm utilizing the principle. I'm not using the term pragmatism, but it is. If you mean that in
It
the
is
sense
pragmatic.
of like it benefits my life in the real world. Yeah, that's right.
I see. So if this is the case, right, and we're appealing to human nature, do you agree with me that you can have two different categories of people where some are so technologically not advanced versus people who are technologically?
Two different categories of people is an interesting phrasing there, because that's kind of sneaking the premise that like they couldn't be civilized, that like there's some sub race of humans where they just have like a different, nature to them, which that's an unchecked premise.
Yeah. I do think he attacks that, to be clear.
Okay.
That their labor actually is.
There you go. Me and Divinity, we're like, great minds think alike, I guess.
Yeah, on everything except the
Whereas
non-aggression
taking the
principle.
resources would not from the viewpoint of the more advanced civilization.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that because there's no such thing as technological nature, right? There's
There you go.
behaviors and there's knowledge, right? But the nature of the people.
I didn't say technological nature.
Okay, you said, what if there are people of lesser natures where one's more technological? That's what you said.
No, not nature. Where it's the case that you have.
I think divinity is saying a synonymous phrase, but I believe I might have missed that. But I believe he was saying there were different categories of people, but I might have missed him saying people of lower technological natures. He might have said that. But yeah, he is definitely in the same zone of what Andrew Wilson is relying on. He has to rely on the natives being like of a different sort, that they aren't like us, and therefore you could never trade with them. That it might be the case for white people, for the Europeans, that cooperation is better than violence. He's kind of putting that to the side right now. But when you have different sorts of people coming together, well, then that's kind of a counterexample here, which relies on the premise that they are fundamentally distinct. That there's some, relevant difference here, rather than just, I don't know, propensity towards alcoholism or whatever,
It's in a similar vein to like that kind of protectionist argument you'll see where they'll be like, yeah, well, look, we need to scale back regulations and ensure that there's internal free trade within the United States, but we can't trade with those goddamn Europors or those Australians or those South Americans or whatever. Like we got to wall ourselves off from those people because they're different from us. It's kind of the same argument.
Which, like, if you take it seriously, because obviously I don't think these people can articulate an actual principle difference between like these different like sects of humanity or whatever you might want to call them. So if you really take the protectionist argument seriously, this is what Rothbard says. Well, wall yourself off as a complete individual where you don't fucking trade with anybody. Just the Jones family is no longer going down to the store any longer. They're going to grow everything on their little plot of land, and they'd be poor. Like that's like a large part of why. Like,
have you considered that you could end up with a trade deficit with your local supermarket?
Yeah, it's like this is like the marker of poverty, is how little you're trading with people. Like, if you think about like back to the medieval example, like if I wanted like a shirt, I'm pretty much gonna have to like hand make that or pay some. If I'm not paying anybody to make it, I'm gonna have to make it by hand. Like a lot of these things in like a medieval household, they were in real terms enormously expensive because you'd have to make it yourself and repair it yourself and do all these things yourself, which is going to take hours and hours and hours of time. That's why they were so unbelievably poor. right?
Yeah, a guy in the comments was just like, "Try not trading ever; you'll save a lot of money."
Yeah.
Again, I mean, this just comes back to what I mentioned earlier of like that maximally productive person. It's like, yeah, even if you're the fastest hand weaving, shirt making person ever, and also the fastest food grower ever, and also the fastest, house repairer ever, and also the fastest mechanic. Okay, regardless of that, you're still going to massively reduce your overall standard of living by trying to do all these things yourself, even if it is the case that you are the most efficient at doing them in the world.
Like, my dad realized this at one point where he was like a super high paid engineer. And he was like, why the fuck am I like painting my own wall? Why am I like tidying up my own house? I would make way more money if I just worked for that amount of hours at my like engineering job. And like he started like hiring more like guys to come in and do things, Like, it's true.
Yup.
Have one civilization which is so far down the technological advancement stage that to integrate them into the form of technologies which you have would actually take more resources than just the elimination of those people.
It's just it's just a growing pain. That's all it is. Like the same reason why when you
but that's what you're not demonstrating.
It's the same reason why.
Yeah, I do want to
actually no, I'll let.
Yeah, like this.
There you go.
This I do want to comment on this idea that like, well, they're so far behind. Like he's like, you're in a game of Civilization or whatever, and you're rocking up to them with frigates, and they're still using like little wood ships or whatever. Like, no, people. It's not like you have to sit down and like deliberately and specifically teach all of these people everything, like as a society or whatever. Like it's spontaneous order. Like it's like, hey, I want to trade with those natives over there. They got a lot of grain that I want. I'll demonstrate to them how a gun works. Very quick demonstration. And I'll sell them some of my guns in exchange for grain or whatever. Like this stuff just happens on its own. Like society will just expand on its own, and the economy will integrate them on its own. Like this isn't something that the central planner has to go, okay, well, now we got to get this native tribe over here to learn this thing. And now, like, we're not suggesting central planning here. Like, the natives, they're not retarded, right? Hold on. Like, they can just, Praxben wants to join in as well. Am I able to, like, add him to this game? Wonder. Well, we're 23 minutes.
We're about to get to Praxben's little cameo appearance comes up very shortly, so probably good timing. Yeah, but basically, the one thing I wanted to add is the maximalist version of Wilson's position here is that you should murder every single baby and every single slightly retarded individual because they are less productive and it's going to take a while to integrate them into your economy, right? It takes a very long time to integrate a newborn infant into the economy, roughly, depending on their developmental speed, anywhere from kind of 14 to 18 years before they'll start being productive rather than consumptive.
Oh, shit. Whoopsie-daisies. I didn't realize that would kill the call. Hello there.
Very nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, adding you to the call did kill everything, so I'll have to try and get that back up again.
Yeah, I didn't know what kind of situation you were in, if you're in a private call or whatever.
Where's the goddamn... Yeah, how's it going?
Hello.
Alright, don't join the watch together immediately because I need to pop it out. Alright, now you should be able to join. We're 23 minutes in, roughly. Yeah, sorry, Monhob, I completely cut off your spiel there.
Little soliloquy there. Yeah, basically what I was saying is that the maximalist version of Wilson's position is that you should murder every infant because they're not economically productive yet, and it's going to take a while to integrate them into the economy. That's basically the maximalist version of his position.
All right.
People are socially integrated, though.
Children are not born socially integrated; they become socially integrated.
No, but their parents are socially integrated.
Right, and the people who would teach.
And so you
the
can
other
make
people-
assumptions based on that. Like Native Americans were not socially integrated.
Was it all working?
Yep.
Their
Right,
kids
but
weren't
children, the whole
socially
point, I'm
integrated.
comparing Native American to children in the relevant sense that you can socially integrate them when they're previously not socially integrated.
But if all civilizations aren't going to get along ideologically, how does this principle actually unfold when it's the case that they're not going to cooperate?
Yeah, but that
should just take their shit.
Sure. Yeah, but that presupposes the immutability of the fact that their ideologies are separate. Like that's not a fact.
Shouldn't it? Well, this isn't a presupposition if it's a fact, right?
It's not a fact. In fact, it is not true.
It's not a fact.
It's not a fact that ideologies are immutable. It is a fact that there are differing ideologies. It's not a fact that the ideologies.
I didn't say
immutable.
immutable.
Right, but that's
Why
the
did
whole.
you make
That's the premise that he's relying on, is that the ideologies are immutable, that you couldn't, that you'd have to go through some process to force a new ideology onto the natives. Like, that's the premise that he's relying on here.
make
Point.
that?
That's-
Wait, why
okay,
did you
that's-
insert the word immutable?
I told
didn't
you,
say
I'm
that.
telling
I
you,
said,
I'm
is
telling
it
you why.
in fact
I'm-
the case that you can have ideologies which
I
are
know,
so
I'm-
distinct with different distinct technology levels
I'm telling you
that it's
why.
actually
Because-
more pragmatic to eliminate that people group?
Yeah, I'm telling you why. Because whenever you make a moral evaluation or you make an evaluation at all, you have to evaluate all of the things that are up to choice, which includes the ideologies of groups, right? You do not take for granted in your analysis some of the facts being evaluatable and some of them not being evaluatable, because you should evaluate all the things which are up
That's
to choice.
just gibberish. That's gibberish.
What about that was unclear for you?
Because you're not actually contending with what I'm asking.
I did actually contend with what you said. You just took
You're
for granted.
not.
Like, look,
the principle itself, you're making a truth claim, and the truth claim is that this principle should always be adhered to because it's going to somehow increase productivity. But I'm giving you a distinct situation historically, where it is the case that productivity actually likely increased for a people group by eliminating another people group.
yeah, but that presupposes.
That's just
look.
that's just a failure to assess the counterfactuals and actually integrate a principled understanding of economics into your analysis. You're just going, well, this happened and then this happened and then they subsequently were more productive. Therefore, that was the that was the maximally productive route that could have been taken. So that's just not necessarily true because you haven't assessed, you don't have a proper grounding in economics to where you understand the principles that are at play and why just because, yes, society at time A was less productive than it was later on at time B, that doesn't mean that they did the maximally productive thing. Like they could have been even more productive at time B if they'd made another choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, again, anytime Wilson is speaking here, like, I thought he'd know more about economics than this, honestly. Like, just smack him with an economics textbook for any argument he's making. Like, it's ludicrous. But somebody is saying in chat, Divinity's argument boils down to preference. I mean, like, how? Like, he's tying this into the nature of man. He's saying that the nature of man is such that, and he justifies that this is the nature of man inductively. It's such that you're more prosperous if you're working together than if you're engaged in fighting. Like, in what way is that boiling down to preference? Are you saying it's boiling down to his preference for productivity? Well, I mean, he's grounding it in the nature of man, what is required for man's survival, and productivity is required for his survival. That is his grounding of ethics. So I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about there. Like, he's not just saying I prefer capitalism or whatever.
I've already told you that whenever you make evaluations, the principle is an evaluation of what human society should look like. And when you make an evaluation of what human society should look like, you evaluate all of the different alternative possibilities.
You didn't say that the principle itself is only an adherence that you're striving towards. You're saying it's a universal truth.
That everybody should strive to. Yes, it's a truth about what people should strive towards. Yes.
So that's not. So it's something you should work towards. Just that everybody cooperates together.
That is something that you should work
principle.
towards. That is what you should.
I'm not going to continue this debate with DC3 1MU55 much further, because obviously I don't want to keep stopping the stream. But who determines what what productivity of man is? I mean, again, it's not somebody that is determining this. It's not somebody that's thinking this up. It's not somebody who is making this the case. Like, Divinity is very clear about this. What is productive for man is a fact. That means it's some aspect of reality. Right? I don't think you're really picking up. I'm assuming you're an Andrew Wilson fan. You're not really picking up on what Divinity is saying. Like, I think you should perhaps listen to what he's saying.
Yeah, it's actually me that decides what's productive for man, by the way.
Yeah,
it's up to me, not Hop specifically.
It's like when somebody's like, you know, well, how do you enforce the NEP? How do you stop people from violating the NEP or whatever? It's like, okay, yeah, a wizard, he casts it as a spell, and the wizard makes it impossible to ever violate the NEP, and that's the answer you want, I guess. Like, it's, yeah, people can disagree, people can violate these principles, people can engage in things which are anti-productive. Like, nobody's claiming that isn't the case. This is a moral principle about what you should do. Like, the fact that you have a moral principle means the other could be the case, right? Or else you wouldn't need that guide in that way. Like, the reason why we have the laws of logic isn't that it's impossible for you to ever violate a law of logic in your reasoning. It's that this would no longer correspond to reality. So you're not doing epistemology any longer.
Yeah, so in an anarcho-capitalist society, basically, if someone's about to commit an aggression, Murray Rothbard and Ludwig von Mises fly down on a winged chariot and, stop them with a laser beam. That's actually what happens.
Mm-hmm. That's what happens when you try to violate any economic law, right? Any law of nature. If you try to disagree with Divinity here, he will personally come and like smite you with the power of Ayn Rand. Like, that's what's going to happen. Okay.
A whole principle. That is a motivation.
But your whole.
Hey, Praxman, you've been muted. Are you going to say anything?
I can hear Ben.
Oh.
I can hear Ben.
What the heck? Okay, so it was good. It was good I asked, I guess.
This is a super weird thing because, like, Praxman and I were talking, and then
wait, have you guys been talking this whole time, like, with each other? Okay, now I can hear you, I think. Should I say something? Okay.
You can hear me now, right?
Yeah. So, have I just been, like, interrupting you this whole time?
You did only one time. Or I guess twice. Let me see. Let me see if it's actually going to show the video. Okay, I think it's fine. I totally forgot what I was going to say. No, I remember now. Yeah, when you rationally perform economic calculation without market prices, I personally show up and stop you.
Yeah. Yeah, apologies if you've made, like, any banger points up until this point. Nobody's been able to hear you on the stream.
I started to make one at one point, and then you just cut me off and you started playing. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, I guess I'll shut up then.
Oh, Jesus. Finn Weber is saying for $5, thank you very much. W Praxben interjection. We need Chad Zulu on Chad Andrews' podcast, Frame Mogging with Pickle Jars.
It was an olive jar, actually.
There you go.
But your whole idea is that it should be worked towards only because it increases labor. But I can give you a literal example of where it wouldn't increase labor.
Matter of fact, this is the point. When I say universally, right, for all human beings, if we all adhere to this principle, that is in fact the ideal scenario for each and every single one of us, selfishly and as a collective group. And then you give me an example of people who are working against the benefit of the principle, where in fact they, because of the same evaluation for you, should in fact buy into the idea of individual rights and cooperation, right? They're operating against that. Of course, you're not going to get the ideal result because they're not following the principle that they should be following.
Can
That's
I
actually evidence
come
for
in
the
like
principle.
15 seconds here real quick? I just wanted to say something super fast. So, Andrew, I'm actually an Orthodox Christian, so I don't have any reason to be like siding with these guys on this overall debate. But I've been listening through the whole thing, and I think this particular line of argumentation is not super good because you are just wrong on this specific thing. It is the case that we were less productive and it was less economically efficient to do this. And I mean, this goes all the way back to Adam Smith,
What thing?
So this
More
would be
people,
some.
more
There's
productive.
lots of different principles you could look to here, but something
No,
would
what
be.
thing specifically am I? Hang on. When you said it is the case that just economically this wasn't good, what thing are you referencing?
Wiping out natives, which, by the way, of course, the Europeans were not super
Okay,
evil people who wiped
demonstrate
them all
it.
out. That
That's
was
what
very
I'm waiting
rare.
for, is a demonstration.
So this would be something called the law of continuous dealings, and basically the idea is raiding people is much less efficient for you or beneficial for you in the long term versus trading with them. So there's lots of old studies on this too, the raid or trade studies. There's some on the Acadians, there's some on activities post-Civil War out in the West, and repeatedly you find that when people were trading with the natives, they were much wealthier versus when they raided them. And the times when they raided them, it's when there was a standing army that socialized the cost
let's see
of
the
war.
studies. Let's see them.
I mean,
Okay, big misstep there. 'Cause if you've seen Ben in any debate, he's not just saying this shit. He's actually read the studies.
And in the actual conversation, I never actually get the chance to explain them. So I could very quickly, I know some people are kind of familiar with these, but very quickly kind of break down what's happening here. So like PJ Hill, Terry Anderson, they've got an old study on this, and then there's a newer one looking at the Acadians and the Mi'kmaq in up in Canada. But with the older one, basically what they were finding is that the settlers, they preferred to trade with the natives because it was very beneficial in the long run, and because engaging in conflict with them was very expensive, right? I mean, if you're like a group of 15 guys and you want to go raid an Indian village, you're risking your lives, right? But once you had the standing army actually socialized this cost, because now you're just risking the lives of a bunch of soldiers who, you know, they're of course heavily armed, and then the state added all of these additional motivators for conflict, like these generals would get medals, and in some cases they actually could not maintain their positions unless they killed a certain amount of people or unless they won a certain amount of battles. So, you know, you'd have some colonel and he's like, oh, I'm going to get demoted in a month if I don't engage in a battle. So he pulls up to some settlers and goes, hey guys, you want some new blankets? Just accuse these people of scalping some of your people, and then we'll go take care of them. And so you had much more conflicts after there was a standing army. And, you know, like I was saying, the law of continuous dealings, which is talked about by Adam Smith, and David Friedman also talks a lot about this. It's much more beneficial in the long run to continue trading with people. You're going to continue getting wealth out of them, continue getting value out of them. Like the natives, sure, they weren't as technologically advanced, certainly, but they knew the land more. They knew the animals more. And sure, they had some misconceptions because of their, backwards religions or all sorts of other stuff. You know, they weren't very advanced scientifically, but for the most part, they knew how things worked, right? So they had a lot of very beneficial knowledge. They had beneficial skills. You know, they made very cool blankets and clothes that a lot of people desired. I mean, still today, we have Indian stores that people go to because they want to buy these blankets, and many of them are very valuable, right? So you could get the advantages from all these skills and this knowledge over a long period of time versus one time raiding them and taking what little valuables they actually had. And they usually didn't have that many at any single time. So that's the point I was trying to get across. As you'll listen, you'll see Andrew very much didn't want to let me do it, but I think I got several points across.
Not surprisingly, he didn't want you. That seems to be pretty much his strategy in this debate. Chronic did give, aka Superboy Boys, in chat, gave $5 Australian. Thank you very much. Local leftist econ nerd, Prax Ben, comes in to defend his 164th Micmac heritage from the evil white colonist conqueror, Andrew Wilson. XOXO Ben, heart you.
Yeah, so true, so true.
I mean, if you, I could grab one real quick. It'll
Grab
take
'em.
me a couple of seconds though.
Yeah, grab them.
All right, cool.
And then I would like to note how it would be the case that if you now have the global hegemon of the world, which was based around literal conquest, how you could say that if, well, we just let natives keep their land and trade with them, that would have been better for our people group. Can you explain that?
Well, most of what they did was consensual to the local peoples, and most of what they did was very beneficial to the local peoples because
except the things that weren't.
They were.
Oh, come on. We took over the entire
Empire,
landmass.
The British Empire was super good for the people they colonized. I'm actually surprised you're taking like this leftist anti-white stance.
Yeah, like colonialization.
How is
was
this
like
anti-white?
Like this
How
idea
would this
that
be
the
anti-white?
evil British were going around conquering everybody. Like this is just nonsense anti-European slander.
You're not contending. I don't care about your emotional state of what you think the argument is. I want you to contend with what the argument is.
No, I just said I'm shocked that
possibly
you're
be bad?
taking that
How could it
stance.
possibly be bad for us?
I do think this puts Andrew Wilson in a very precarious position here yet again, because he would normally, presumably, be on the side of like, well, no, it's white people aren't this like demon or anything, but now he's got to kind of get into this sort of leftist worldview of like the history where the white man just going around exploiting everybody by, I suppose, exporting capitalism. Jeff Hamilton, for another $5 Canadian, is saying that Prospera is a SEZ that basically runs on polycentrism, where companies can opt in or out of any regulation system in the world. It's also tax-free. I'm assuming that Monhop was trying to speak there and I couldn't hear him.
Can you hear me? Yeah, you cut him off like
Oh, shit.
times. That's so funny. Discord is so broken, dude. Discord's the most broken app around. It's insane.
What is going on? Or if you're speaking, I cannot hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh my god, I think Discord only wants 2 of the 3 of us to be able to speak at any given moment, because when Praxben was able to speak, you guys started interrupting me. I think it only wants 2 of us to be able to speak at any given moment.
Praxben, are you able to speak? The answer is no. Okay, let me try and move this into like a voice chat on my server. Because this is clearly not working. We are at 2857.
What the fuck?
Okay, I'm gonna move into. I'm gonna like make a voice chat or something on my server. Leave. Jesus Christ! What the fuck is? What is going on? Apologies, I just have to quickly create a channel here. Advanced permissions. That everyone cannot speak. Their video. Use soundboard. External sounds. Blah 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 blah. Save changes. And then I don't know. Maybe like make a role for this or some shit. Server settings. Roles. Create role. Guest. can connect, they can speak. Use video. Voice activity, priority speaker, whatever. Okay. Roles to give you the stream guest role. Activity. Not detecting any input from my mic. You're lying to me. Hop out. Reload the activity. I need to give Monhop the role. Roles.
Is it working now?
Should do, but Monhop, I've just given him the role, so they have to leave the voice chat and come back in again. No clue why the fuck that would happen.
And can you agree with
Hello,
me? That
can you hear me?
Yes. Ben, can we hear you? I cannot hear Ben.
Oh my fucking god. What the fuck?
Literally,
What the fuck?
how? What the fuck?
Again, I can hear Ben. It's so weird because I can hear both of you, but you can't hear Ben or me.
Let me try and like close Discord down and reopen it or something. Save. Jeez Louise. Alright, let's test it without the
Hello.
activity, see if I can hear everyone. I can hear Monhop.
Hello.
Hello?
I can also hear Ben. Okay. Now let me try and start.
Oh, we are so back.
Let me try and start the activity now and see if that breaks it.
Wait, I can't hear Zulu.
Oh my god. Jesus
Wait.
Christ. What the
This is
fuck?
so fucked.
Bro.
Ah! What the fuck? I've never seen this in my life.
Oh.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I can hear you. But Ben's not here, I don't think. I think he left.
It looks like he's back in the call, but I can't hear him.
Unless he's fucking hell. I hope this is really high quality content for everyone that's tuning in on YouTube.
Hello?
I can hear Ben.
Hello?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Hello? Hello? Testing.
Bro,
hello?
that's
Hello?
crazy.
Testing.
I don't think
Hello,
Monhop can hear
Monhop.
us.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Can you hear Ben?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay, so to confirm, I can hear both Monhop and Ben.
Yes.
I can hear both of you too. So.
Okay.
And I can hear both of you. Okay.
Jesus.
I switched over to my computer. I think that probably helped. The app
can you
really
agree?
just messes everything up.
Oh my god, like that is... I've never seen such an error in my life. Alright.
All right. Looks like we're back.
So to confirm, everybody like say... Like, I'll first say 1, 2, 3, then Monhop, then Prax Ben. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Brilliant. Okay.
All right, we're back.
Okay, Jesus. Alright, just a little, like, 10-minute intermission or whatever. But let's, actually, let me take this opportunity to do, like, a BRB so I can go take a piss. Or whatever. It may as well before you lost the fucking flow.
Sounds like you're about to find the flow, if you know what I'm saying.
Indeed.
I personally felt like Andrew was unnecessarily rude to you, Ben, during this stream. I just think he came in and thought we just wanted to be combative.
Yeah. I mean, he kind of does that to everybody, but I think he really didn't like the fact that I was, but as he called it, bailing out Liam, which I don't think he necessarily needed to be bailed out. It was more so I needed to like let loose because I was getting super triggered listening to him make all these claims, and a lot of them were not being pushed back on.
I could genuinely feel you sitting there on the call being like, okay, why are we not interrogating the premise that the Native Americans were just conquered totally? One of the things I was saying while when it turned out that neither of you could hear me was I was pointing out that I don't think, because Zulu kind of said, I think Wilson is being forced to defend a position he doesn't actually believe. I do think Wilson genuinely seems to take the like leftist conception of history and then just inserts, and that's a good thing, by the way, that the conquerors came in and murdered a whole bunch of Native Americans, rather than actually critically examining whether that leftist version of history is actually accurate.
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, you can have different theories on what's going on. I think part of it is he's just kind of critiquing Liam and formerly Eduardo, as opposed to taking hard stances. I think that might be part of it. But also he's used to debating leftists. I mean, he kept treating us like we were leftist, and this is one of the reasons why I was like, yeah, I'm an Orthodox Christian like you, and I just want to establish, what you're saying is ridiculous from the economic perspective. And this is why I encourage fellow Orthodox Christians to read economics. Unfortunately, we're the denomination that hosts the most socialists. And I'm getting kind of sick of it. But luckily, there's been some recent writings on Orthodox social teachings and orthodoxy in economics from very free market and libertarian types.
Nice.
They're pushing back on that a lot, but yeah, I mean, but this is like history stuff too. It's just silly, and I didn't even get the chance to go into the slavery stuff, where you can tell someone knows nothing about economics when they just blanketly think, oh, slavery must have been productive because it's free labor. No, it's not free labor. There's a reason why it used to be slavery versus free labor. Free in that sense was that it was, like free market labor, right? They call slavery free. The slave owners knew they had to pay a lot for it. They had
Does Ben sound weird to you?
Yes.
Zulu?
Okay. I was worrying that he was been lagging the whole time and stream was about to die or something.
run slaves.
You there, Ben?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, you were lagging out a little bit before.
Your audio was lagging at one point.
Oof.
All right, hopefully, let's pray to
Point
the.
across, or
Yeah, you did. Yeah, I got we got most of the slavery stuff. But yeah.
Okay, we gotta all pray to the Discord gods that that nonsense doesn't occur again. I guess.
Could
I'm
it
shocked
possibly
that
be
you're
bad?
taking that
How could it
stance.
possibly be bad for us, for the United States, that we conquered and destroyed civilizations which were cutting out people's hearts on top of temples?
Oh no, I'm not making
and then
that.
hang on, and then colonized the entirety of the land and became a hegemon. How would trading with those civilizations have been more of a net benefit to those societies?
No, see, the claim that these are two different claims, right? There were certain societies that were very violent.
No, this is your
and
claim.
Justifiably so, we did conquer them. I'm going against the claim that we conquered like everybody, and it was a general principle.
That's
that
not
these
what you
peoples would
said.
not trade.
Don't bullshit me now. You said
No, but
that we
Liam
would have
already
been better
said
off
it's okay
trading. You said we would have been better off trading with the Native Americans rather than conquering them and
but
taking
do you understand?
land.
Do you
That
understand
was
that?
specifically about what you guys were just discussing. But Liam and the objectivist guys that you're debating, they've already held the stance that you can initiate force against someone who's
It's
already
irrelevant what
initiated.
stance they're holding. I'm talking to you now about yours. Your stance was specific that we
Well,
would
I'm
have
an
been better
Orthodox
off.
Christian, so yes, I believe
That's
that you can
nice,
conquer
but
this
you said we would have been better off trading. We're talking about pragmatism now. You being an Orthodox Christian has nothing to do with the view that you're arguing, which is a pragmatic view. From the form of pragmatism, how is it possible that we, as a global hegemon, are now worse off because we eliminated 99% of the native population? How?
Well, we didn't. That's not true. But
We did.
the claim is not that we shouldn't raid people who are already raiding us, right? The claim is that we should trade people who are willing to trade with us, right? Does that make more sense? Because it seems like you might be misinterpreting my position.
No, you said that what I said was factually not true, that trading with Native Americans would have been more beneficial.
I do have a relevant super chat here, which, like, I mean, this guy's just completely misconstruing what Ben's saying here, which is, I think it's pretty clear to everybody who's following the discussion, which apparently Andrew Wilson isn't. But Raspberry6180 for 50 Canadian dollars, which is a lot of money, thank you very much, says that mutual trade is a dual-party wealth creation. Indeed. There is necessarily zero loss potential at the time of transaction. If you engage in conflict, you create a loss potential that would not otherwise exist. Some amount of money minus zero versus some amount of money minus LP. This isn't rigorous, but anyway, yeah, this is like basically the Austrian point. There's mutual profit in voluntary trade, which is like nobody on this panel who is arguing against Andrew Wilson here has claimed that it's bad to go in and stop like child sacrifices. The exact opposite has already been claimed. They're claiming only that insofar as you're the one doing the conquering, you're the one going in there and causing that aggression, that's making society less productive. And that you should instead, you'd be better off if you traded with those people. Right? Not that you should trade with everybody. You should indeed use violence against some people. It's not a pacifist stance, but he just doesn't seem to be able to understand that.
And he's doing this thing where he always has to be on the offensive, right? Because what I'm doing is I'm going on the offensive and I'm critiquing his stance. And then he goes, wait, but I'm critiquing your stance. No, you're not. I was the one critiquing you, like, very clearly.
Yeah, because this came in where Wilson was making certain claims about Native American like history, and you came in like, well, actually, that's not true. But yeah, Wilson, he really loves being on the offense. You're right.
Than the conquest of their lands.
There are
That's what I want
obvious
demonstrated.
presuppositions here, right? You have to say if you're going to trade with them, it has to be people who are actually willing to trade in the first place. If there are people that are going to come scalp all of us, certainly we can defend ourselves.
About this. Can you show me where I'm
Yes,
factually
you are.
incorrect?
You're making this claim that
Show me.
we're just going around, and again, it's a very anti-European, anti-white claim that we're just going around conquering everybody, destroying. You claim we killed 99% of the Indians. That's not true. That's something leftists say.
Well,
most of
disease.
them died of disease. It wasn't even
That's
our fault.
true. Most of them died from disease, but I'm doing a critique right now in the pragmatism portion here against this principle. Your idea when you came in to play Captain Savaho was that I was factually incorrect.
Yeah, that's definitely, you're definitely right that that's what he thinks this is, that you're coming in like white knighting for divinity or whatever, which is, no, you just also want to say your piece.
To be clear, this was a 25-minute conversation in which from our perspective, I think Divinity more than held his own.
Yeah.
The idea that this was like, Divinity's got 2 minutes of pushback and Praxman was like, oh, well, I better jump in and, save him. It's like, no, they had a 25-minute back and forth and, Praxman just wanted to correct the record on something that Divinity probably doesn't have as much potential awareness of as Ben does.
Yeah, because like that's again division of labor. Ben's like studied the history, that particular history there, so he can come in and clarify that. But like I mean, if Andrew Wilson ever watches this, I suppose, elaborate where specifically was Divinity like on the back foot, like getting pushed into some corner, waiting for Ben to come in and rescue him. Like where specifically did that happen? I didn't see it at any point in the flow.
I specifically brought the conversation back because I saw it was getting away from that. And I was just, being me. And I'm like, I really don't like the idea that he kind of just said these things and didn't get a whole lot of pushback, which I mean, again, I think Liam's pushback was satisfactory to the average person. It just wasn't satisfactory to me in particular. And that's, just because this is a topic I've debated a million times and I had just had a lot of things I wanted to say.
Which, that's kind of why you want to have a panel discussion, because this isn't a debate specifically between Andrew Wilson and Divinity. Like, it was never set up that way. Like, this is a panel discussion, so it's totally fair for you to come in and be like, hey, I've actually got specific knowledge on this thing. And you even prefaced it with being like, well, I'm an Orthodox Christian. I shouldn't even necessarily be on the side of the Objectivists here, but you're just making factually incorrect claims.
That conquest of the lands of the which is now the United States somehow it would have been more beneficial to not have had conquest in these lands. That is what I want demonstrated, as it's now the global hegemon of the world. What do you mean? In places that violates his principle.
No, it doesn't. And we can get back to this. My point is that cooperation and the removal of the initiation of physical force promotes human life. And in fact, if you reference societies and groups of people who, because of their primitive ideas,
and just to add like a little extra sugar on top of what Divinity is saying, like he's not just arbitrarily taking those two things together, cooperation and the removal of the initiation of force. Like, those two go to get, obviously I would phrase the latter in a different way, but they go together. Like, if you have people who are going around, like, killing and murdering, and you're doing all this sorts of stuff, like, you can't have cooperation to that extent. So you have to remove that before you can have a truly prosperous society, which is, why the Objectivists think that it has to be removed, which is where they get their idea of the state from.
So I think one of the things that Wilson is doing here is he's packaging up what he's doing is context dropping. Like he's not realizing that the principle that you ought to trade with people rather than raid them is true within the context of a situation where both parties are willing to trade. That's kind of the point. Is that if you are an individual who is deciding, hey, should I go and blow these guys up or should I just trade with them? Well, which option you should choose is going to be dependent on whether they'd be willing to trade with you or not. If they are willing to trade with you, the principle applies. But it's not like a counterexample or a disproof of the principle to say, well, you shouldn't try to be nice and trade with people who are trying to attack you.
They were telling me my mic was a little low, so in the chat, let me know if this is better. But I was actually pretty shocked to hear him go down that line of argumentation. Wait, we already established that it was just completely incoherent. And I mean, you see in this entire section.
You do seem to be lagging a little bit on my end.
I was going to say he's dropping out on my end.
Ben, do you have like a VPN on or anything?
I think it's something to do with my mic, actually. I think maybe...
Oh, it's like a noise gate or some shit.
that better?
Hopefully.
Turn down my noise.
Oh, you're definitely still cutting out.
All right, you know what? I've said a lot. I think maybe I'll just get going. I don't want to. I don't want to keep messing up your stream. Okay.
No, too easy.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
All right. Thank you, Ben. I
Cheers.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right. I've got to like find some like better like screen share software or
Method.
whatever.
Yeah.
It's like it seems like every time we try to do this, something fucks up.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair though, like when we did this, when it was a 4-person panel, when Fabian was also here, we didn't seem to have. Did we have these kind of issues? I actually can't remember. I feel like it ran like fairly smoothly from recollection. I could be misremembering, but it didn't feel like we had this many issues at the bare minimum.
Yeah, like maybe we need even numbers of people. Or else Discord is not going to like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so bad for me that Discord can't handle 3 people talking in a watch together server. That's just so bad.
Like it's like, I mean, I used to criticize Twitter Spaces so heavily for this exact type of issue where some people wouldn't be able to hear some other people. But like I've never had this on Discord before, but like Jesus Christ. Like VoIP is not that difficult. This has been a solved problem since like the fucking 90s, early noughties. Like we've had VoIP, and like somehow these companies are just fucking it up.
Right, are not cooperative, are violent. Those people, and the fact that their violence is destructive towards human life and flourishing, is evidence and expected by my principle. That's not a counterexample. To the degree
I thought that
people,
your principle was just that it would increase labor if we had traded with them.
Okay, the labor economic point was a defense, an inductive defense of the fact that more people cooperating is more productive, and the fact
then
that
it's not a universal truth, right?
It
You're
is
not
a
actually making
it is a universal truth because matter of fact, people, I told you. Hold on.
So just to make sure,
chill. I'm so
hang on. I just want to make sure I got this right. I don't want to steal, man.
I'm gonna clarify something.
I just want to steal, man.
I know. I'll let you steal, man. After I say something, it's cool, bro. It's chill. Look, I'm not gonna just relax. Okay. The inductive support that I gave for the principle, right? I gave you one inductive support, which was the economic bit, okay? But the principle is that to the degree that we cooperate and remove forces, to the degree that human beings can flourish. And if you have a violent group...
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what I was saying. Like, this is standard objectivist fare. Wilson, you should really, I suppose, learn how to counter this stuff better. Oh, are you still there, Monop?
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
sorry, yeah.
When I don't hear someone for a few seconds now, I'm going to be touching my heart.
Jumping at ghosts now. Just PTSD from Discord shenanigans.
Group of people who are unwilling to cooperate, and that has negative effects on human life and for everyone as a whole. That is in fact expected by my principle. So when you say, oh, but this group was violent, and the fact that we treated them with violence, that's counterexample, that was better for us. If we're responding to violence with violence, that is in fact sanctioned by the principle, and the fact that the violence that they initiated on us was negative towards us is expected by my principle. That's not evidence against what I've said.
I see. So
this is similar. This is in a similar vein. I know Brian Kaplan does like has this famous analogy where he's constantly bemoaning how people will say, oh, what if you believe in free market economics, then how do you explain this? And it's like something that's perfectly well explained by the principle. It's what Wilson's doing right now is sort of similar to being like, well, if you believe in gravity, then how come helium balloons float? It's like, well, turns out that is actually very specifically predicted by the principle if you properly integrate it with reality. So it is properly understood by the principle that if you are dealing with someone who is attempting to constantly violate your rights, that you shouldn't just kind of try and sing kumbaya with them. You should, retaliate or, prevent them from doing so. That is not a disproof of the principle whatsoever.
I quite like that one from Kaplan, and you know what? I think we should do more reviews of Kaplan debates, because I remember we did that one. I think he was debating Yaron Brook. I think he's actually very sharp in debates.
Yes, we totally agree. I think Kaplan's great. His
Right.
Case Against Education is a really good book.
Is that one of the ones where he did it as like a comic?
No, it's just kind of, yeah, it's a longer form piece.
Okay.
The Open Borders one was the one where he did as like a comic. I know that. The Case Against Education is really good. I think a lot of people should, even if you don't read the whole book, just watch his lectures where he covers it.
Would you agree with, or do you, because it sounds like this view requires ownership of some kind?
This view would commit yourself to a form of ownership in context, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So when you say ownership, what does that mean?
Ownership is a justified usage to exclude the use of a good.
Which is
Fairly
actually
close to how I would define ownership.
like that's the thing with the ANCAPs and the objectivists. Like I'll say like the Randians, right? Because obviously I consider myself an objectivist. Like we're very, very much pointing at the same sorts of things. There's just some place where we're like, there's some sort of divergence, and we got to dig down and sort that out. Because
Yes.
that's basically DSA right there. It's let exclusion stand.
It's what?
It's the justification to exclude the usage of a material good.
Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, so for example,
really-
let's
I
say,
would simplify that just to say the right to exclude. I think that he's getting the same point across, but it's slightly less verbose. Just say the right to exclude. I think that conveys the exact same point.
Yeah, I prefer. I know like Rand does this a lot with her definitions, where she's very precise with it, but they end up being very wordy. I normally tend towards more like atomic definitions, where like aggression means the initiation of conflict. Conflict means mutually exclusive action. Rather than saying aggression is the initiation of a state where there are mutually exclusive action. Like it's kind of just, you don't have to do like I prefer to keep my definitions as atomic as possible, because I think it just makes your thinking a lot clearer. But I mean, I understand the utility of the other method.
Yeah, let's say I own a pencil, and you're like, yo, can I please get this pencil? I really need to write down what you're saying so I can track the conversation. And then I'm like, well, I own this pencil, so I actually get to choose how to use the pencil.
And to be fair, I do think that Divinity used to be an ANCAP, so he's probably inherited some of the more advanced legal thinking there.
But what makes you own the pencil?
Okay, well, no, I just want to clarify. You were unclear about what ownership is. Now you want to know why you get to own something?
Yeah, I'm still unclear.
Very, very good from Divinity there. 5 stars. That gets my seal of approval right there. He's correctly identified that Andrew just swapped up on him. He just switched up on him. He was first unclear about what ownership meant, and he immediately goes into, well, why do you own that thing? Like, how can you justify that? It's like, whoa, hold on. That's a whole nother question. And you'll see Andrew do this all the time. And then when he starts explaining how he owns that thing, then you can just switch right back into, but what does ownership mean? And he just keeps switching back between these things until, I guess, he hopes that Divinity will slip up. And he goes, aha, see? Like, it's kind of slimy. I don't like that tactic.
It's like a cross-examination where a lawyer is basically just asking someone the same question over and over and over again in different ways in order to see if you can like find some inconsistency. It's like, well, yeah, sure. If you ask someone a slightly differently phrased question 50 different times over the course of like a 7-hour examination, I'm sure you're going to get some kind of slip up, but that doesn't really prove anything, or shouldn't really prove anything. So I feel that's how I feel about this. It's like, yeah, I mean, to give Liam a heap of credit, he doesn't slip up, but even if he had, it's just really not a demonstration of anything, in my opinion. But what Andrew does is he gets that slip up and then clips it up, and it's like, objectivist debunked, because after asking him the same question 50 different ways, he eventually was stumped or slipped up in how he answered it.
It's sort of like an exercise in recursion. I wonder if that is like Andrew Wilson's entire debate strategy. I'd have to go and re-review some of his other debates to confirm this. But this might just be like what he defaults into when he's unsure with how to proceed. He just does this kind of recursion where he asks a question, which then, as they're answering it, that causes him to ask another question in like a big loop. And, you know, he can just keep doing that forever. And like, you know, you're mentioning like the example of like a lawyer in a cross-examination. And like that is actually a technique that the police will use on you. They will just sit you in a room for 7 hours and keep asking the same things over and over and over and over and over again. And then if you slip up on one single detail, suddenly they can just go in court and say, look, this guy's unreliable. He said this at this point and then this at another point. So you can't trust a fucking single thing he says. And I am an officer of the law, so you can trust me. Like, this is a great reason why you should never, if you're in America, never speak to the police. Say, I'm exercising my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Do not say a fucking
YouTube
word to
video
them.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even in Australia, you can just give a no comment interview. I mean, we still have slightly less protections than the Fifth Amendment seems to grant Americans. But yeah, I would just, as a general rule, just almost any country. I don't think there's a single country in the world where I'd be like, yeah, good idea to voluntarily talk to the police without a lawyer present.
Yeah.
I would personally never do that.
Unless, like, you know, there are some countries where you'd probably just be in a torture chamber. It's like, okay, yes, say whatever the hell they want to hear.
Yeah.
Clear about what it is, because you already assume that there's ownership.
You asked
That's
me
what's
what
in
it is,
question.
and I explained. The ownership is the fact that I'm
no, that's what's in
justified.
question. If you say
What?
If you
Do
say,
you know what it is,
if
or
you
do
give
you
me an
wanna know why
example
it's
and
true?
say ownership is I own this pencil, that doesn't tell me what ownership.
No, I explained to you through example that the ownership of the pencil, I defined it to you. It is the justified usage to exclude a good, a material good, right? And what that means is it means that if I own something, if it is the case that I own something, then it is the case that I am justified in controlling how that item is used. Who I give it to, what it's used for.
And actually, he's recognized the same fact as me, which some morons out there haven't recognized, that right to exclude is equivalent to the right to control. They're equivalent definitions, guys. Like, fucking, what's his name? Like, Noah, whatever, the guy who keeps, like, going, oh, Mr. Kinsella, Luke, they're disagreeing with you, Mr. Kinsella, please, come in. Anytime we disagree with Kinsella on anything, he's like, no, you don't understand. Ownership is just the right to exclude. It's like, yes, it is the right to exclude, but that is compossible, I believe is the right term. I'm not entirely sure. It's synonymous with the right to control. Pointing at the same thing, guys.
Yeah, because if try and imagine a scenario where you had the right to exclude but not the right to control. It's like, well, you know, well, who's stopping you? And like, therefore, they have the right to exclude you from it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, if one without the other just doesn't really make any sense. It's an impossibility. And
like, just even beyond that, like, just thinking in terms of praxeology, to exclude someone from something is to control that thing. Like, that is what it means to control a thing. If you're not if I am supposedly controlling a spear, but I'm not excluding anybody from using that spear for what they want, then I'm not actually controlling that thing, am I? It's the one who is deciding who gets to do what with it, the one who is excluding people from it. He controls that thing.
Or all these other things. Now, if you want to ask me
but
why,
what makes it ownership?
Why? Yeah, if you want to ask me why I own something. Wait, are you asking what makes it ownership, or why do I have it?
Again, this is why it's very good that Divinity was very clear, and he pointed out what Andrew was doing, where he's kind of swapping between two things. Why is it true that you own that thing versus what does ownership mean? And he's very clear in his mind that those are two different things. And Andrew's trying to muddy the waters here. And I'm very glad that Divinity is understanding that fact and is cutting through it.
Yeah, what makes it ownership?
Well, what makes
it that you own a thing? When you say I own a thing, what does that mean?
Yeah. So I just want to go, you know what ownership is. Now you want to know the justification for ownership, right? Because you now know what it is.
It's the same question. I'm just trying to figure out what ownership here is.
Ownership.
Maybe that's the thing. Maybe he does actually think that justifying that it's true that you own something is literally the same question as what does ownership mean? Which strikes me as ludicrous on its face.
Mm.
Now, we did get a donation from Hugh Chat Harold for $5 US. Thank you very much, man. No message attached. Frequent donator to the channel. Thank you very much. Also, my biggest apologies to I do believe that more Ko-fi messages have come in. I'm gonna have to like do them after stream because like whenever I click, I don't know what the hell has happened to like their CSS or whatever, but whenever I click on the gosh darn donation, it just does not show up properly. Like it's just showing up as like a garbled mess where I mean I cannot make sense of that in there. Like it's I don't know what the hell they did to cause that.
I've just seen it up on the YouTube page. Fucking wild.
And big apologies if I've like revealed any like information there. If I revealed anything untoward, I'll refund your donation or whatever. But like I just had to show like what I'm seeing on my end. But like yeah, I'm gonna have to like sort this out after stream. Apologies to the Ko-fi donators.
Is the justification to exclude the usage of a scarce good? I just told you. Now, why I'm justified in doing that?
What justifies that?
Yeah, okay. The reason I'm justified in controlling the usage of goods fundamentally originates from the idea that it is a requirement of human survival that I keep the things that I produce when I apply my mind to nature, as a fundamental idea.
See, this is one little pernickety point where I would disagree with divinity. I don't think it's based on survival, right? I do not believe in survivalism. I believe it promotes the flourishing of your life. I believe life is a distinct concept to survival. I wonder if we're probably going to debate that at some point. I'll have to follow up on that or whatever. I got the same screen after donating. Thought it was supposed to be that way. Yeah, no, it's normally not that way. It's normally like a very nice interface. Bubblegum Gun 3292 for $2 says, "What is tall? Wilson, the postmodernist poser." And he's doing like a postmodernist thing here.
Yeah, someone said he was basically acting like a Hegelian.
Yeah.
I think that was on X. Then yeah.
If I go and I make a tool, or I give food, or I do all these things, if I am not entitled to the things that I go out in nature and produce, I in fact die. My actions, they are ineffectatious. They're inert. They don't actually promote my life. So the requirements of human survival demand that I keep the things that I go in reality and produce when I apply my mind to the problems of my survival. Now, after I own something, there's more sophisticated expressions of this basic principle where I can trade with people, and we can have labor, we can create money to make it more efficient. There are all these sophisticated ideas, but the fundamental basis is that the requirement of human life is that I apply my mind to reality and that I use the rewards of my labor to then sustain my life. And it's the basic reason why you're justified in controlling the usage of things that you go out in nature and make.
Because it's required for your existence.
Yes, because it's required by the nature of human survival.
Then would you say then that children own things?
Children can own things if they go out and make them, 100%.
I mean,
I will say again another real nitpick. It's not the making of the thing that means you own it. That's called the labor theory property. Obviously, fucking Wilson isn't going to pick up on that. But the labor theory property, that's Locke's view. It's completely false. Doesn't work. If you want to understand that, go to my website, liquidzulu.github.io. In my course on libertarian legal theory, the lesson on homesteading property rights, I believe, goes over the labor theory property. Like it fails on pretty much every level of analysis. But this is a big nitpick, because obviously this is an entirely different sort of debate. I don't even know if divinity would hold to the labor theory of property if pushed on it. Because he seems to have a very deus ex type view of property. And deus ex would not hold to the labor theory of property.
Isn't it the case factually that until a child reaches their majority, the parents actually own everything?
That doesn't mean that children can't own something. Like it is true that parents own
it's not it doesn't seem like that's a requirement then for their life that they own anything.
Well, all the principles about the requirements of human survival are speaking from the perspective of a mature adult. That's why whenever you create
well, hang on. Why?
Because
Why
children
well,
develop.
First of all, what's a mature adult?
I'll explain to you. A mature adult is a fully developed human being.
What does that mean?
What is a fully developed human being?
Yeah. When did
I keep feeling the need to butt in on what Andrew Wilson is saying, but then Divinity just does it for me. Like he just says what I was gonna say. It's like, yeah, indeed. Like you don't create law around the edge case of the child, because the child is just referring to somebody who's on their way to becoming an adult, right? They're not there at the moment in some respect, but they've got the potential to be an adult in that respect. Like you don't create law around the potentials. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and I like it. It's a similar thing for it. Just the problem in scare quotes of children is rendered pretty absurd when you just think about it in terms of a child is fundamentally similar to a person who is asleep, right? In the sense that they can't, like, they just cannot at present express their will. Okay, so what? That doesn't mean that you can, like, they are like metaphysically different. They're just, not at the stage of their life, either because they're asleep or because they're a child, where where they're going to be able to rationally express their will. Now, the timelines are obviously quite different. You know, the asleep person might wake up in minutes to hours. Maybe if they're in a coma, maybe weeks. The child is going to take years to get to that point, but the underlying principle at play is still fundamentally the same.
Yeah, and by the way, this is what distinguishes the brain dead person from the comatose person. A comatose person has the potential to wake up. This is like how medical doctors use the terms. Whereas when somebody's brain dead, like, no, they're not coming back. Under no medical intervention could they ever come back. That is what they mean by brain dead. So if somebody does come back, that actually proves that they weren't brain dead. Like the doctor's fucked up or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's why brain dead people don't have rights. They're effectively corpses with like working hearts and livers and stuff. Which, it wouldn't be a bad idea. To start, I don't think this would necessarily be efficient, but to start like growing human bodies without brains so that you could use it for like organ donation. But probably a much more efficient way would be to just like grow the individual organs. But it wouldn't be unethical. Like, I mean, I believe a vegan, hamsters, like, challenged me with this reduction in a debate I had with him, where it's like, well, should you be able to farm like people who are so mentally impaired? And he was posing as like a complete reductio. Would it be okay to farm those people who are like that mentally impaired? I was like, and he's like, I don't think they do it. I was like, well, actually, there's a good reason to do that, namely that you can get organs out of them. Like, so there's an actual good capitalist reason to do that, and it would be perfectly licit.
Yes, indeed. We love harvesting organs.
By the way, you better be noting this down for the Liquid Zulu out of context account, because that'll be a good one.
Yeah. Someone actually sent me that specific clip that you're referencing to use on the on the page. Unfortunately, the clip was like 20 seconds long, so it was almost too much context for me. Like, I want like these like very short, like 3-4 second clips.
Yeah, I wonder, because I think it would be outside the spirit of the account to do like, I mean, obviously it's your account, you can do what you want with it, but do like, what's it, YTP, like voice mashing or whatever, to like cut out.
Oh, I've also considered
parts.
doing those. I mean, I don't have the. The other thing I did want to say on that, this is very much a sidebar, but like, I don't want people to think that I'm like cornering the market on like clipping up Zulu and like posting clips. Like, other people should be doing this. Like, I think we should be trying to promote. Let there be 1,000 Liquid Zulu clip accounts on X and TikTok and whatever else. All like, you can either have like a specific domain that you're looking at, or just just posting whatever. But I think that would be really, really good, because like, look, I've only put this account has only been up for 2 days. Every single post that I've put up so far has broken 100 likes, and it's up to like 250 followers in 2 days. Like, to me, that demonstrates that there's an appetite within the remnant for this kind of content. So I think other people should be getting into it and starting to do it, not just me. But yeah, YTPs would be awesome, but I can't really be bothered, to be honest.
Yeah.
someone should do it. Definitely, someone should start doing them. I reckon that'd be really, really funny.
And like on a strategic note, like this is how people, like all those kick streamers and like Nick Fuentes and stuff, have like risen to success. This is how Andrew Tate has risen to success. Is because they have a bunch of people going out and clipping their content and putting it everywhere. So I'm not just like okay with it in that it's legal to clip my content and do whatever you want with it. Like I actually want to actively encourage people to go out there and clip my content and put it far and wide as you can manage, right? And monetize it. Go ahead, monetize it. I don't give a shit. Like as long as it's my content getting spread. And like, you know, there's this streamer called Germa, where he has the same sort of model, where anybody's able to make their own Germa edit channel, where they all edit entire streams. They're called long edits, right? Where it's an entire stream they've edited down. And those people, as far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, apologies if I'm wrong about this, but to my knowledge, those channels are monetized, and like Germa's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Like, I think that's the correct attitude to have. Like, I'm fine with competition, even on my own content. And I think it only promotes me further.
Yeah, and so Andrew Tate is a great example because he became like the most Googled person on the planet for a brief period of time and the most, searched person on TikTok, despite not having a TikTok account. Like he wasn't posting content on TikTok himself. It was literally just every man and their dog wanted to get a slice of the Andrew Tate pie when it was at its peak, like a few years ago. So like every second video, like there's just people clipping up his videos nonstop and reposting them on TikTok. And that's what we want people to do for Zulu. So people should be doing that sort of thing. Another example actually was Jinxie, like the gaming streamer. Basically, like he basically was floundering in insignificance for years and years and years. Like he had 5 or 10 live viewers on most of his platforms, and then one clip that someone put on TikTok went viral, got like a couple million views and like 700,000 likes or something, and that's how his platform took off. So that's the other thing as well, is every time someone posts a clip on one of these platforms, it's just another roll of the dice for something going super viral, and that who knows where that could lead. So that's why people should be doing it as well.
Yeah, and like I do think it's just kind of ludicrous, like not to harp on this point too much, like you'll see a lot of people where they'll see like other channels like clipping them and whatnot, and they'll try and take that down. Like, how retarded could you possibly be to try and take that down? Like, that is just so silly.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, this is also like my whole method behind the course. Right? I released the course entirely for free because I want to like people to know what sort of product they're getting. And like the people who actually vibe with it, they're gonna be willing to pay for it already, right? To whatever their means are. It makes no sense for me to paywall my ideas behind. I mean, I saw like academic agent, like when I was making my course, I saw like other courses people were doing, like what kind of strategies they're implementing. Like academic agents courses, it was like £900 for a course on writing. Like, fuck off. You're not worth that much. I know you're not worth that much. And I believe even Andrew Wilson has like all these crazy paywalled courses. Like,
it's huge amounts.
He has a crazy paywalled course on debating, which is extra funny given what we're witnessing here. Like this is bad business.
Obviously
in
they're
my
relying
view.
on high payoff. They're relying on high payoff from low conversion, but to me, it doesn't seem apparent that is the best strategy for this sort of thing. As you said, we don't want to belabor this point. We don't want to get through the rest of the stream. I do just want to say I had a huge argument with Homath, the TikTok guy that also does like YouTube videos. He's on X these days. And basically, so someone clipped up a portion of, or reposted, I should say, one of his TikTok videos on X. I'm bearing in mind 2 facts. Okay, first of all, it was a video. So Homath, you can set it on TikTok if you wanted to. I don't know why you would do this, but you can set TikTok to where you're not allowed to download the video. So people can't download your videos off of TikTok if you have this setting enabled. Okay. So HomeMath didn't have this setting enabled because this person was able to download the videos. So that's the first point. If you wanted to stop them from doing this, then just don't fucking enable downloading videos. Second point, the fucking video had HomeMath's watermark on it because TikTok puts like a watermark on whatever videos you download. And so it was clear who made the video and he was getting the proper credit for it. And this guy was just like abusing this person for reposting his content and circulating it to more people. I was like, man, what the fuck are you doing? First of all, okay, like he was obviously making, comments about copyright and whatnot. So first of all, copyright's a load of bullshit. That's the first point. Second point is even if it wasn't a load of bullshit, why the fuck are you like abusing someone for giving you free promotion for your content? That is just so stupid to me. Just absolutely retarded. Why? Because, if 500 more people had watched the video on your TikTok page, you would have gotten 3 extra cents from TikTok. Like, fucking hell. Just so stupid, just shooting yourself in the foot like that. Anyway, that was my rant about HomeMath. I think he's a massive dick, if I'm being quite honest. But
I do have one thing to say on this, because, I mean, obviously, like, HomeMath's content is, like, so obviously ripe for clipping. Like, he could be so much more massive if he just allowed that and encouraged it. But, like, it seems like the anti-clipping attitude stems from some sort of high time preference. Like, they want to just reap the rewards in the present of, like, their current audience will pay them, like, $900 a course. But they don't get that exponential growth that you see someone like Clavicular getting.
Yeah.
Where he's getting clipped all across fucking Twitter. Like, the exponential growth is so much more important.
They seem to assume that if a clip of them gets 50,000 impressions on X, that those 50,000 impressions would have automatically gone to their TikTok page instead and seen the video, which is just so obviously retarded. Like, just that is so stupid to think that, if someone happened to come across a video on their feed and clicked on it, the idea that if that video never existed, they would have found your content. That's just not true whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I suppose we should probably get back to the stream.
When you become fully developed.
A fully developed human being is a human being that sustains its life utilizing their reason. It's a human being that sustains themselves through their own effort, that goes out and achieves their goals. So
why is that?
Yeah, again, this is very much similar to the classic paper, I keep citing it, by Ian Hersum, Rationality and the Rights of Children. Like, it's pretty much the exact same standard he's using here. I don't know if he's read that paper or not, but he's pretty much pointing at the same sort of thing.
Not a requirement to be fully developed. Why couldn't you not own anything and still have a wonderful life?
What are you going to? How are you possible? What are you going to eat? Where are you going to live? How are you going
what
to?
What if somebody else feeds you?
How are you going to not be? How are you going to?
Hang on. If somebody else feeds you and takes care of you and does everything for you, why do you need to own anything?
Don't drop the context. How exactly is it the case that there are things that can feed you and things that clothe you and things that protect?
Oh, perfection. Perfection. I love that fucking response. The perfect response. Beautiful. Divinity, I give you my second seal of approval. Boom, boom. Beautiful stuff right there.
Idea.
Be due to force.
Like, it doesn't even require commentary. Like, we're just able to keep playing. Like, everybody can just see. Like, so it's the perfect fucking response there. Like, there's no way to snake around that for Andrew. I've got to, like, just go back a little bit. I've got to, so we can bask in the full glory of how the hell is Andrew going to try and respond to that.
If somebody else feeds you,
how are you going to not be? How are you going to?
Hang on. If somebody else feeds you and takes care of you and does everything for you, why do you need to own anything?
Don't drop the context. How exactly is it the case that there are things that can feed you and things that clothe you and things that protect you?
Be due to force.
No, the force of what?
Due to force. What the fuck? What the hell does that mean? When I've watched that the first time, my initial thought was like, what, the Force, as in like the Jedi Force, where they like move things around? Like, what the hell are you talking about, man?
That is... Okay, so let's like really take that seriously for a second. Let's extrapolate that out to the entire existence of humanity for all of time. Okay, nobody has anything. Nothing has been produced yet. and then I walk up to you and use force to take something. Oops, daisies. Nothing's been produced yet.
Yeah.
What is the initial case? How do you get this wealth? How do you get this capital? And it's through production. It's through ownership. Oh my god, he's just lost here.
Yeah, it's bad.
Force made the clothes. Force didn't make the house. Force didn't make the food.
Well,
there you go. Divinity. Beautiful stuff.
it can, yeah.
No, and matter of fact,
It can. Force can make clothes. Force can make food. What are you
what I mean.
saying?
He's referring to the Jedi Force is like making clothes, just like they're weaving themselves. The midi-chlorians are weaving clothes for us.
Jesus. This is I mean, I understand now why people were like fucking blowing up my shit this morning, saying I gotta watch this, because like, my god, that Force can make clothes, can it, Andrew? Force is how you get clothes. That's how you get out of poverty. Like, the one thing that Africa is famous for, very low levels of force being used. That's why they're so poor, because they just don't use force enough. Like, what is a high trust society, Andrew? What does that mean? Is it perhaps a society where you aren't constantly using force? Like, Jesus Christ. This is insanity. My god. We gotta start clipping this, I think, this specific debate here. Because this is insane.
what happened is people went out there and achieved
You
good.
can use force to create labor, yes.
Okay, look. If you don't go out in reality and you apply your mind to the problems of your survival, guess what? There's going to be no food. There's going to be no houses. There's going to be no pencils. There's going to be no podcast equipment. Like, people have to go out and make stuff.
But that's not the claim. The claim was that it's
a requirement of human
necessary for human survival that you be able to own things.
Human beings, by their very nature, have to sustain themselves by production. And in fact,
they don't have to actually own anything.
Yes, they do. Yes.
No, well, that's
Because
what's in question. Hang on. I just gave you an example of human beings who don't need to own anything.
That's not a counterexample.
Can still have great lives.
So, matter
what
of
are you
fact,
talking about?
They in fact do still need to own things, even if it's in the temporary.
No, they don't. In fact, need to own things.
Yes,
That you haven't demonstrated yet.
And by the way, what he was about to get at right there, that was the immediate response I thought of, is that, well, they would have to own it in the immediate, like when they're given the apple, they would have to have control over that apple and everything to eat it. But I thought Divinity's response was so much better. It points at like the fundamental context that he's dropping there, that, well, you still need ownership to produce all those things. That's the more fundamental thing, which is why that got my stamps of approval.
Yeah, so I actually had a conversation with Divinity, last night from my perspective, but obviously this morning for you, just after this stream happened, where I asked him, like, would it make more sense to refer to attainment rather than production? Because that seems to, because what obviously Wilson's pointing at here is like, well, grandma doesn't produce her own food and whatnot, so like, how can you say that, production is necessary for her survival? I mean, I think the answer is perfectly fine. Like, well, someone had to produce it, and then they chose to give it to her. But you could also, if you wanted to specifically refer to the individual that's consuming it, you could refer to attainment. But I think, I had a brief conversation with Divinity, but I think we kind of came to the conclusion that the problem there is you could easily smuggle in, like, well, you could attain resources by stealing them from people. That would still be a satisfaction of that principle in theory. So production probably still hits the right mark. You just got to, ensure that you are properly integrating it the way Divinity is here by not, as you said, dropping context and, demonstrating that, hey, regardless of who consumes it, someone has to produce it. So that's perfectly in keeping with the principle.
Yeah, because what you have to keep in mind with these principles is it's got to work for everybody, because we all have the same nature. Like, it is possible for one person to live as a parasite their entire life and sustain themselves that way. But is that possible for man qua man to live as a parasite? Well, let's say everybody picked up, let's say that is a true principle, that a man should live as a parasite given his nature. Well, then there's nothing to parasitize on. The parasites actually rely on the very thing that they're trying to destroy. And this is, a big thing in Atlas Shrugged. That's like the big contradiction of the parasite, is that they're destroying the thing they rely on. Bubblegum Gun. $32.92 for $2 US. Thank you very much. We need to invade Iran to make things. Willstein. It's the broken windows. It employs all the Iranian window smiths will be employed for years.
I have demonstrated that, even if it's in the temporary moment of something as simple as sustaining food, even if it's in the temporary moment of something as having,
hang on, that's not ownership.
Really?
Somebody feeds you.
If the food's in my hand, it's going into my mouth, you just like snatch it out of my hand.
If you're a kid, I can take your food away from you if you're a kid.
Look, Andrew, if there were no foods that children were allowed to take and put into their mouth without, whatever, then they in fact would die. If children did not have the exclusive,
that doesn't
use
mean
of
that they
food
own the food, though.
That's
what you haven't demonstrated. What makes them own the food? So is it just possession is ownership?
No, it's not possession's ownership. I'm telling you, here's the principle.
Because that is a very important point, a very important distinction to always keep in mind. Possession is not ownership. This has to be the case, and in fact, Kinsella points out, let me actually pull up the article. That given the fact that, actually, when I search up the Kinsella article, look what comes up first. It's my article citing Kinsella. The based brave search, I guess. Yeah, thoughts on the latecomer and homesteading ideas, or why the very idea of ownership implies that only libertarian principles are justifiable. Yeah, if you recognize this fact that possession has to be distinct from ownership, and that everybody has to recognize this is the case, then you can only get libertarian-style ownership from this. This is a very good article. Everybody should read this. Read it, fucking pull this up on a second monitor or something, save it in your tabs, bookmark it, whatever the hell. Read this article. It's very important.
Yep.
Noah comes in, Mr. Kinsella, but they disagree on Mr. Kinsella, but they disagree with you on this. I say, okay.
Yeah.
And I think I think there's differences in the context. My point is,
Superboy Boys, $2 Australian. Thank you very much. The student has surpassed the master in SEO. Indeed, I guess so.
Yeah.
I was very SEO conscious when I made that site because it is important. That's one of the benefits of having a static site, is that it's just super easy for any search engine crawlers to get the whole thing, get all the context and everything. Like that's the big benefit really of static sites. Whereas if it was a dynamic site, that's, is the Google crawler going to run your fucking like big Next.js bundle? I'm not an expert in like search engine optimization or anything, but like from my knowledge, having some static information there, at least in the meta tags, is very important. And I've like made like custom things to roll out certain meta tags and everything. So I was very conscious of SEO when I made that website, and it's apparently working because it does show up in search engines.
Mm-hmm.
Generally, like speaking from the
generally now, I thought so. So it's just generally true, but not always true.
That's not what I'm saying either. I'm not saying it's I'm not saying it's heuristic. It's a principle. There's a difference. Okay, I'm saying from the perspective of mankind, human beings as a kind of creature. Their life is sustained through the use of reason, and it requires that they are entitled to the things that they produce.
You haven't demonstrated this requirement that you have to,
because matter of fact, every single.
I do want to just like kind of zoom out from this debate for a moment, because remember, Andrew Wilson is coming at this with just his call center script, where he's expecting to be able to get somebody to say that rights are a social construct. And when he doesn't get that, he just cannot really dig through. And this is like one of the big bugbears I had with Dave in my celebritarian video, was that, God damn it, Dave, the knowledge is already there in libertarian circles for how to deal with this stuff, as Divinity is showing.
Fucking read it, bro. Just literally fucking read it.
Yeah. Obviously, Divinity is highly intelligent. Right, so he's probably going to be more knowledgeable than most people on this type of stuff, more able to use it. But like, goddamn, Dave's like, what, fucking 50? He's been in the libertarian movement for decades. And he's like, yeah, of course rights are a social construct. Like, I just want to like zoom out, take that picture, and like contrast them for a second, you know? Like, this is why it's so important for you to be really grounded in your rights theory and understand that, you know, we're like actually looking at something real here. Jules asking, have I read Liam's paper on argumentation ethics? I do not believe so.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is Dave is still stuck in conundrums, again, in scare quotes, that like the donut homestead problem that have been resolved for literally 10 plus years at this point.
Yeah.
That's still kind of where his level of libertarian analysis is at. And he's, you know, talking about retroactive slavery. So I wouldn't expect him to be at this level anytime soon.
And there is actually something to this where often in any field of study, the real innovation comes from the youth, because they're not kind of like resting on their laurels anymore. Like if you look at the greatest innovators in all of physics, when they did their big innovations, they were in like their 20s for the most part, right? Like,
yeah,
Einstein, I'm pretty sure he developed his theory of relativity when he was in his 20s. He was the young new buck who didn't have all of these like preconceptions, right? These unchecked premises which have been drilled into the field. He was willing to kind of take it in new directions. And this is why, you know, the objectivist movement, to bring it back to that, is like stagnant. And, you know, divinity is actually going to be a strong opponent on that front, similarly to James Elias. There are actual innovators in the objectivist movement. They're few and far between. Far few and far between than they should be. But I have great respect for the actual innovators in the objectivist movement, because it seems like so many of these closed objectivists, I don't know specifically if Divinity and James Elias consider themselves closed objectivists, I'm assuming. There's so many of these closed objectivists. It's just like, well, Ayn Rand said that, and then therefore that's the church doctrine. Now our job is just to go out and preach the church doctrine. No more innovation. Like, okay, so you just want the philosophy to die. Okay, if that's what you want, I'm gonna outcompete you, because I'm actually doing some innovations over here. And you can just see it in the way that they are presenting things. There's no new thought. You can watch a Nathaniel Branden lecture from decades ago, and then move on over to the ARI fucking YouTube channel and just see pretty much the exact same lecture. Because they're all just regurgitating the exact same shit. Like, well, no. When it was being said initially, that was innovation. That was what was so great about it. That they were innovating in philosophy. We need to stop having this kind of, you know, aversion towards innovation, or else objectivism dies, and say hello to Immanuel Kant 3 and 10,000 Years of Darkness. I should say Plato 3. A Raspberry 6180 for 10 Canadian dollars. Thank you very much. I just want to say that I love your content. Well, thank you. It's extremely peace-maxing. I will ordinarily preference you and pay with my means. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Prime Minister of Canada's book, Value, someday. Well, I've not read that one. Isn't the Prime Minister of Canada Justin Trudeau? Or have they got a different one now?
No, they got a different one now. Fidel Castro's bastard child is no longer the PM.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for the money. I actually, you know, the Ask ANCAP show, which I'm a part of, a brand new show. The host of that show, he's Canadian. He has all these interactions with the Canadian Libertarian Party, which amuse me very much. There's apparently a large pragmatist faction within that party, which hopefully I
What, a
can get
libertarian party being
ousted.
full of pragmatists? Who could have ever thought of such a thing?
Man Sharma did give 100 rupees, thank you, saying that James Brackets Inductica, that's James Elias, he runs the Inductica YouTube channel, now publicly accepts the primacy of existence view of objectivism that you came up with. Well, there you go, that's very positive. You see, when you have innovation in these things, because Ayn Rand, I haven't read everything that Rand wrote, but I've seen a lot of the arguments from the closed objectivists, and they can never actually point to a passage, in the holy works of Ayn Rand, where she says that objectivism is the philosophy of Ayn Rand. It's whatever I say, that is objectivism. She never actually says that explicitly. She says objectivism is my philosophy, is the word I've given to my philosophy, but what does my philosophy mean? Is it just whatever philosophical ideas she spouts? No, there's some essence there. And this is how objectivists treat every single other philosophy. Right? Every other philosophy on planet Earth, they treat it as if there's some essentials that the philosopher is pointing at, and that you can identify those essentials. And the essential of objectivism is the philosophy of the primacy of existence. That is the unique objectivist innovation that they apply to every single issue in philosophy. That is the unique thing about objectivism. Nothing else about it is unique, right? It's not that Ayn Rand came up with it. Who cares that some woman came up with this thing, right? The unique thing in Aristotle's philosophy isn't that Aristotle came up with it. It's his this worldliness as against Plato's otherworldliness, right? There is some essence involved in any philosophy, and the philosopher is pointing at that essence.
Yeah, and look, the thing is, it is also true with basically every single philosophy that's ever been developed these days. That if it has a namesake, and I mean, obviously, objectivism isn't named for its originator, clearly, but you could probably find papers that are like, well, John Maynard Keynes would not be considered a Keynesian these days, because if Keynesianism is taken to be the set of beliefs generally accepted by Keynesians, well, there's a lot of disagreement there with what Keynes wrote in the General Theory of Money and Credit. And as another example, again, Aristotelians these days, okay, if you're just a classical Aristotelian, you're probably not going to agree with everything that Aristotle said. Okay, you're still an Aristotelian. So, it is true of basically every single philosophy, or it is true of every single philosophy, that it is just simply not the case that it's just the set of beliefs held by, even when it's for a namesake. Again, Marxism, a lot of modern Marxists will still call themselves Marxists, despite not agreeing with every single line of Das Kapital.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like, I don't think even Aristotle, if he were able to talk to some modern Aristotelians, would agree with every line that we have surviving from him. Of course, there's, some confusion over what actually he wrote. Like, we have very little surviving from Aristotle, unfortunately. But there is this one anecdote I heard from Leonard Peikoff, where some astronomer came to him and said, well, actually, because his whole theory of the heavens was that there are these rotating spheres that were trying to imitate the motion of the one above them, successfully up to the outermost sphere, which was trying to imitate the prime mover, which is one aspect of motion, right? And some astronomer came to him and said, well, actually, we think there'd have to be at least 52 directions of motion to account for the motions of the stars. So he said, okay, then I guess there's 52 prime movers. Like, this guy, he was not like a deeply religious guy. He wasn't married to what he said. Like, he was willing to go with the evidence. And like, that's kind of why it's kind of ridiculous when people are like using Aristotle to kind of be like, well, so therefore there's God. Like, Aristotle himself wasn't married to that viewpoint. There must be one God. Like, that's just, again, these are like, the best theory I've heard is that everything we got from Aristotle is effectively like class notes. So like, And apparently Aristotle was like a really good writer, because like people like describe some of the plays and like poems he would write, and they're apparently like really like lovely. Like it's I really hope that someday they like knock down some wall in the Vatican or whatever and find like, oh, here's like all of Aristotle's original manuscripts. Like I really hope that does happen, because like what a wealth of knowledge there must be in there. But before we continue, we do have 2 super chats. One from Bubblegum Gun, 32.92 for another $5 US. Thank you very much. Wilson's arguments only work on neoliberals. I don't think he realizes postmodernism was built around critiquing neolibs, i.e. Foucault and Chomsky. His arguments don't really... He's got a very specific target demographic, and I think that's the case of all these presups. They kind of have a very specific type of, nominalist sensualist that they're able to argue against very well. But when they, you saw this in the Jay Dyer debate. This was even before I like studied any philosophy really. And like the guy fucking ran away from the debate. Like, they've got one specific type of person they can argue against, and when you're outside of that little box.
He fucking clipped up and reposted that debate like a while back, a couple of months ago. And people have been like in your DMs being like, you got owned by Jay Dyer. I was like, that debate was like 3 years ago, bro. And also, like, Zulu wouldn't defend most of those positions. And also, Jay Dyer ran from that fucking debate. So, yeah. I don't know.
One very funny part of that debate, which I'm just remembering now, is that, like, he got really mad at me at one part for, like, I did just lose connection to the... Okay, now you're hosting. Can you please give me back the hosting? I was like typing down notes, and I like tried to mute my mic. The heckle? Here, weird champ. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, hello.
Brilliant. Yes, there was this one part in the Jay Dyer debate where like he was mad about my typing, because I was like typing to like keep notes and everything, and like you can see my cursor like move down and like click like a millimeter away from the mute button, and then I start typing. He gets really angry, like, stop doing that. And it's like, sorry, I tried to mute, but I didn't hit the button. And I was like, no, you did that on purpose. I was like, okay. And like the funniest part in that is that on my stream I had a noise canceller, so you just cannot hear me typing at all. So he just looks totally insane. It's brilliant.
Okay. It's such a funny debate. Such a funny debate.
Yes, anyway.
It's kind of wild that Andrew Wilson moderated that, and then his wife jumped on and started berating or trying to berate you. Like that's just a fucking fever dream now I think about it.
His wife came on and she like opened like, it's like, okay, I don't really, maybe I'm stupid. I'm like, oh, I'm sure you're not stupid. That's fine. And she's like, and then she like kept going. I was like, I mean, maybe you are stupid. Oh my god, he gave me like such the fucking like that stinky eye after I said that. It was so funny. Yes, Nikola Pavkovich, aka 5 Chronic 007, aka Super Boy Boys, for another $2 Australian, says, I'm 24 this year. My innovation clock is ticking. Yeah, you gotta get on that. I mean, you do already have the
fucking do some innovations.
He does have the arrow of aggression thing, which I think is
I was
true.
Say, that is an innovation.
Yeah. But anyway, let's get back to the old and see this is why we can't do the goddamn debate that Zetetic had with Divinity earlier, because like it's already fucking 1 a.m. We're 40 minutes into this thing.
It is.
You've only demonstrated that some people would have to own things.
No, hold on.
That's
I'm
it.
speaking from the perspective of the kind, Andrew. Do you know the distinction between the kind and the group?
Well, what's the distinction?
Okay, so it's about a group could be one specific, like, the Scottish people or whatever. but we're of the same kind, as it turns out, as the Australians, right? I believe that's what Divinity is getting at. Maybe I'll have to fucking eat my hat in a second, because Divinity's going to be like, no, it's the different races of man. Like, blacks are different than whites, and maybe he'll say that.
Oh, you know
Are
this?
human
Okay.
beings are human beings here the kind?
Do you know the
and then
distinction between
group?
saying mankind and everybody in the world?
Okay, so when you say mankind, who are we referencing?
Because again, right, if you built your ethical principles around everybody in the world, then it's like, okay, well, does it not apply to like somebody on Mars? Does it not apply to people on like the internet? Like, it's about
Does it
the
not apply to
nature of
someone who hasn't been
man,
born yet?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because then you're pointing at the essentials of the thing. This is why, the objectivist theory of concepts makes your thinking so clear. Like, you're pointing at the essentials. There is no essential for, if I just take like the anomalist set of all humans who have ever existed. Like, what is the essential you're pointing at there? But if you say mankind, okay, you've baked in some essential there.
Then
Mankind refers to the species as such.
all of them.
All human beings, past, present, and future.
Gotcha. And so then group means
Group is the particular occurring human beings on the planet.
so only some groups of people need to own things then.
I do love how precise he is. Like, he's clearly thought all this out. That he says the particular group of people existing on the planet, or something like that, right? Like, he's clearly thought out the wording to all these things. I like that. And it's very useful in debate like this, because Andrew Wilson doesn't really have anywhere to go with it.
That's not. Did you hear what I just said? The principle is of the kind, not of the group.
So then, if all of mankind needs to have the requirement of being able to own things,
As a
in order to
kind,
have
it
a-
is required. Thank you for the galaxy.
Yeah. Okay. As a kind, it is required.
Which is why
If that's
every
the
single
case,
value
then
that
the
sustains
Little
human
thank you
life
for the
is
galaxy on the side there.
All right?
Oh, it's just he like finished his point, and then as he was finishing, he's like, "And thank you for the galaxy," because he got a TikTok like galaxy thing,
Okay, that's
like
what I
a
said.
donation. Yeah.
Those TikTok, I believe I got some like wine bottles or roses or something.
Yeah, the roses are like the one coin gifts. Like they're the like, yeah.
Apologies to anybody who sent me any roses. I do not know how to cash those out. I guess my TikTok account is going to be like eventually just have like $1,000 in it or something.
Just a TikTok millionaire.
I'll be. They should make me a fucking shareholder at some point, I guess.
Just
Speaking
start
of-
going down to the bank and asking to borrow money against your TikTok savings.
Speaking of fucking shares, given we were talking on the last stream about how we're not financial advisors, I did try to diversify my my little stock portfolio here, and like I looked at it this morning, and like every fucking thing was down.
Rip.
Like pretty much, even like my hedges were down. Yeah, I'm pretty much lost I'm plus £1 all time. Like, let me try and cover up any identifying information here. Like it's like a fucking like perfect like brick. It goes up, and it's like, oh my shit, all my investments are so great. And then it's like fairly flat, and then just today, you just fucking plummeted right back to where it was. Like, geez Louise, I guess I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. But I mean, that's the thing. That's why I don't really do this day trading thing. I don't really put a whole lot into stocks. I do have.
Yeah, day trading is the recipe to just get raped by some large hedge fund decides to take your opposing position. That is what you're asking as an individual day trader. That's what you're just asking for to happen to you, is just to get just bent over by some large hedge fund that takes your opposing position. Yeah,
like that's why pretty much all my like savings are going into like Bitcoin, and like I've got some silver as well. Which my silver investment. It took a while, but I am I've got an actual bar of silver. So I even had to pay insurance for it to get delivered to me. Like, it took a while, but I am fucking way up on that. Like, enormously up on just like this fucking bar of silver I've got. Like, that's the type of investing I normally do. The Robinhood stuff is just kind of, you know, it's another thing to invest in, I guess. It's kind of fun. But I don't do day trading. I think day trading is retarded. Don't do it. It's just gambling.
Yep.
Again, not a financial advisor. I cannot make that any more clear. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm only saying what I do.
And if it was the case that they were not entitled to the efforts of
calm
production,
down, calm
nobody would.
down, dude.
I'm
Calm
cool.
down.
Why are you're screaming at me, telling me to.
It is very funny that you have a very calm divinity just kind of explaining things. And he's like, calm down, calm down, calm down. You know, like that's kind of a funny juxtaposition there.
Yeah, very much so.
Man Sharma for 100 rupees. Thank you very much. Saying, yeah, my investments of the last year wiped out. Thankfully, I've got a lot of metals, so still up. I need to get into crypto, though. I would, again, not a financial advisor. This is just what I do. I've got an account on Strike where I've got a recurring payment from my bank to Strike every week at the exact same time. Because again, I'm not day trading. I'm not trying to like, oh, I think it's going to go low here. And then, you know, I'm not doing that. Don't do any of that. Not a financial advisor. I don't do any of that. It just goes into Bitcoin at the same time every single week. And it's cumulative. And every so often I just empty my Strike wallet into my hardware wallet. And that's what I do. But I will get a new hardware wallet soon, I think. And then transfer everything into that. Because my current one is kind of annoying to deal with. And I am very scared that someday, you know, it's just going to like explode and start a fire. And then all my like, my seed phrase will just get destroyed. You know, I'm trying to spread out the risk a little bit. Yeah, let's continue.
Dude, you're freaking out. Just calm down.
This is gaslighting. This is gaslighting here.
The cortisol spike.
I'm just trying.
Not mine. I'm sure.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this.
Okay, well, you were also screaming at me, telling me to calm down. So relax.
Because you just keep over talking.
No, dude, you're lashing out. I'm obviously not over talking.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out the position.
Okay, sure, go for it.
So the idea here is that all of mankind needs to be able to own things, or no?
Mankind, as such, needs to be entitled to their labor in order to live their.
See, that's a very important distinction. Because Andrew asked, all of mankind needs to own things, yes or no? But he's like, hold on.
Nope.
As a kind, humanity needs to be entitled to own things for there to be flourishing. That's a very important distinction there. Like, it's not like, oh, everybody needs to be a fucking like hedge fund manager or whatever, because I can tell, given the rest of the context of this debate, Andrew is going to try and pull some like little fucking slippery bullshit there. Divinity again, weaved right past it. Hello, Casimir. I understand you are a somewhat of a fan. I don't know if that's misrepresenting your view of Andrew Wilson, but he did indeed get a little bit destroyed here by Divinity.
Their life. Yep.
Okay, except in cases where they don't.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not the clause. That's not the qualification. So mankind refers to each. I don't understand.
Yeah, I'll explain
to you. Mankind refers to each individual human being as a creature. Okay, is a requirement of each human being, if they are to survive because of their nature, that they go and they produce things and they use those things that they produce in a way that is conducive towards their life. Now we can get more sophisticated.
Babies? What are babies producing?
Baby.
And it's fucking as a kind. As a kind.
These are underdeveloped human beings. So all the principles true of the kind are things that they... Hold on. I'm explaining this to you just before you jump to done. Okay. All of the principles that are true of the kind manifest themselves and become more present as babies transition from being babies to fully grown human beings, which is...
What's that battery chirp, bro? I believe it's from the stream. I think Divinity, he's a brother, so I think he might have,
Which is why when we say human beings should do this and human beings should die and human beings are like this, those principles and those explanations only start making sense when babies become more human-like. They become mature human beings.
So you would say like 12 or 13-year-olds would not fit into this fully developed human
They
being
do
category.
to the proportion that they're developed. Well, they're not mature human beings, but to the degree that they have the distinctly human method of survival, which is the use of their reason and the need to produce all these things, then yeah, the principles proportionally manifest themselves in their requirements and what benefits them.
So then if it was the case that these people were taken care of for their entire life, why would there be a need for the principle?
But but you understand the context of taking care of human beings, that they're
Again, he's just dropped the context again, which of course Divinity will be able to get into. That for there to be that taking care of that person, you know, maybe they're like a cripple or whatever. For there to be that, there has to be the capacity for humans to own things. That it doesn't work without that.
there are values that sustain their lives. And that the values that sustain their life, when you account for the whole context, are things which are achieved that promote life because there are people that go out and produce things, and upon producing them, they're entitled to the good. And then after being entitled,
then
and
we're just
the
back
good,
to some people.
they then go trading
the thing. Not all of them.
The point is that if you have people who live in a parasitic way, that does not undercut the principle that values as such are produced. That values
It
as
does
such.
undercut.
Boom, entirely correct. And Andrew's about to spit some bullshit right here. It is correct that you have people who live in a parasitic way does not imply that values are produced through, you know, the norms of ownership, that they have to be produced by somebody. They can't just be taken.
Well, the whole principle seems like it's undercut immediately, because you're just associating that only some people in these groups need to actually have
groups. What-oh, ruh-roh.
Yep, ruh-roh.
But Man Sharma did give another 100 rupees, thank you very much. And saying a 4-hour podcast between me and Casimir, is coming soon on my channel, which is Rational Frontier. You want to look it up on YouTube. Where we tread new philosophical ground and discuss a lot of libertarian strategy. Sounds good. Everybody keep an eye out for that. Pardon me.
this principle applied, and everybody can still
The principle
flourish.
is true of human nature. It's not a description of particular groups.
It's, well, I mean, it is in fact not. It's not true of babies. It's not true of people who are not.
It's proportionally
capable of doing
true.
this.
It's proportionally true.
It's not. How's it proportionally true?
Proportionally true to the extent that they have actualized their potential to be man as man. Like, this is not difficult to follow. Like, is it? I mean, Monhawk, maybe I'm just like going crazy here, but this doesn't seem difficult to follow what he's saying.
No, he's willfully obfuscating. He's trying to make it more complex than what it actually is, to save face, I guess, or misrepresent what's being said.
It's ludicrous. Like, Andrew Wilson, come on, you got to do better than this.
True to a baby. What does that mean?
I'm telling you, it's because the principle is from the perspective of the kind.
By the way, again, I just want to go back to the fact that, like, in the comments under this video, there are a bunch of, like, Andrew Wilson sycophants who are like, oh my god, Divinity got totally wrecked here. Like, did they watch? I don't think they watched this. But, you know, assuming they did they watch the same video as me? Maybe YouTube glitched out and showed Andrew Wilson versus Dave Smith or something. Well, this is very clearly one-sided. Like, these people just can't be honest. And again, like, you know, I will do this analysis honestly for anybody. In the Dave Smith debate, I was on Dave Smith's side, and I analyzed that, no, Andrew Wilson clearly won that. In this debate, I'm not even fully on Divinity's side, but he's clearly owning Andrew Wilson here. Like, it is not close. Like, you need to have, when you're analyzing a debate, you have to sort of detach yourself from what you believe to be true and just look at the flow. Look at who is flowing through, who is making the superior arguments. Right? It's not about which argument is true. Divinity could be completely wrong about everything he's saying and still be winning this debate. Okay?
Yeah.
That is something very important to understand. And this is something I got from great man Michael Moreno, sadly passed away, who taught me that, like, no, when you're analyzing a debate, it's almost like a mathematical procedure. You can just go in and prove who won that debate using the flow. This is the proper way to think about debate. It's not who's right. It's not who do I agree with most. It's none of that. It's who flowed through. That's all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they're under-matured implies that they have not fully realized the extent of their nature. So to the extent...
So then it doesn't need to apply to them, does it?
To the extent that they are developed is to the extent that applies.
Which means what? That doesn't mean anything.
It's the same reason why children can't
is it a fraction of the principle applies then?
It means
like
that the principle
10% of the principle.
No, he's like kind of just guffawing and taking like a straw man of it. He's not saying divinity's not saying no, they're 10% human. He's saying to whatever extent they're human in different aspects of their life, to that extent, they have the rights afforded to mankind as such. Like, this is not a difficult argument to follow here. It's very clear. He's being very clear about what his argument is. He's not even using, like, really philosophical jargon here. Like,
it's not.
I haven't even picked up on that so far.
At all.
Yeah, he's not even, like, using crazy jargon. The only, like, jargony part was really when he was talking about stance dependence earlier. But, like, once he explains what he means by stance dependence, like, that's really the only jargon he's using. Like, he's explaining everything in plain English here. Like, this is not philosophies here.
Applies 15%. How much of the principle?
Ooh, we did just get a $10 donation by Biblical Anarchy. Thank you very much, Jacob. If you ever want to, I'm assuming it's Jacob. If you ever want to come back on the show, let me know. Who is saying he's contradicting apologetics and implying God made irrational rules. We believe the good is both grounded in God and discoverable through general revelation and natural law. Yeah, so I'm assuming you're making like a sort of, what's his name, Thomas Aquinas type point there. But like, yeah, it would seem that the precepts would want to have it that like, no, if it's logical, it's grounded in God and everything. But like, I don't think he just can quite grasp what argument he needs to be making here to win. Like, he's trying, he's grasping at it. And like, as I said, like, 12 seconds into the stream or whatever, that the second he found out that these people were not, he thought they were advocating that healthcare, housing, and food is a right because he didn't read it properly. The second he discovered that he misread that, he should just gone, oh, sorry, I misread that. I thought you guys were advocating something else. I don't have a contention with you. And then just left. And he would have saved so much face. Yeah. He wouldn't have been so embarrassed. But like, he's just got this like ego to him, I guess. And I don't want, that's maybe not the right term. I don't think ego is, should be a bad term, but whatever the part of that package deal, hubris, yeah. That part of that package deal that is vicious, he's got that here. He's thinking too highly of himself that he can win any debate on the spot, even when he is misread the premise and clearly misread who his opponents are and what they're capable of. Like, I don't think that I could go into debate with Divinity right this second on some random topic that I don't know about and win. Clearly not. Like, he's clearly an accomplished debater. Like, I think, and Nicola says overconfidence. That's another term for it. Like,
I like hubris better, to be honest, guys. No offense.
Hubris does have like a certain like sting to it, hubris. Like, it just feels like sluggy and slimy,
Yeah.
Yeah, like, get better, Andrew. Like, Jesus.
Yep.
What is unclear about that to you?
How much of the principle applies to a baby?
Are you looking for a number?
I'm just looking for any consistency.
Yeah, 3 of the principle applies. Is that what you want? 3 of the principle. Is that what you're looking for? Like, does that make any sense to you? Jesus Christ. Clearly that's not what he's saying. He's saying to whatever extent they have actualized their potential to be man, to that extent, they're afforded the rights of man qua man. That's what he's saying. Like, this is not challenging here.
I
here, 'cause
explained
this
to you
is
the
bizarre to
consistency.
me.
I said it's proportional to their faculties and their
Yeah, but
development.
that doesn't mean anything.
What does
That's
that- what
nice.
does that-
Oh,
It does mean something. Jesus.
That
well,
doesn't
okay,
mean
it's
anything
not
to you?
proportional. But what is the
Yeah,
proportion?
let me give you
here?
let me give you an example so that you can induce.
I don't
what
need
it
an
means.
example. I need.
Well,
I
it
need
sounds
an-
like
I like that. He said, let me give you an example so you can induce, right? Presumably induce the principle. Because that is the proper purpose of examples, is so that you can do the induction yourself. Just you're pointing to certain things out there in the world, so you can do that induction along with them. And this ties in with the objectivist theory of concept formation. You can't just give the concept and as a rationalist just deduce out everything. Like, it doesn't work that way. You have to give the examples. And that is the proper way to use examples and hypotheticals in a debate.
like you do need an
I need
example.
an explanation.
I
not
mean,
an
Andrew, you
example.
said you were genuinely clueless as to what it means, so I'm going to explain to you what it means through an example because that seems like the best way you would.
And that's a good way of turning it back on him. Like, I'm genuinely clueless, as because Andrew was meaning that in like you're being totally like opaque, and he's taking it as like, okay, I get that you're genuinely
You're just an
clueless.
idiot.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you some examples to hold your hand through this. It's a good reframing there.
Get it. Okay. So, for example, grandma has lost the use of her rational faculty because she has dementia. Give it a couple years, some people we know will be there. And given that they have
Probably
lost
me
the
included.
use
No, divinity is not actually black. I was just making a joke earlier for Manchar asking.
of their mind.
No,
Given that they
divinity
have-
is very, very, very not black.
He is astoundingly pale. Actually, he's a very handsome man, if I do say so myself. Yeah, he's in good shape and everything. I'd fuck him.
I'm so glad. Okay, we got more Liquid Zulu out of context.
There we go.
Let's fucking go.
lost the use of their mind. They can no longer think for themselves. They can't produce for themselves. They become incompetent. Now, the nature of human survival, right? What human survival looks like when human beings survive is they go out and they produce things using their mind. Grandma has now lost a degree of her ability to survive. She has lost the effectivity of her mind and her ability to produce shit. And so proportionally, grandma has lost a degree of freedom in society. She's now entrusted by people in the nursing homes, right? They dress her, they feed her, all these other things. So to the
how does this
degree,
principle apply to grandma then?
okay, well, grandma is still an individual who can think, right? She can still do things.
Well,
She can
not
still
really.
act.
She has dementia. She forgets what she thought.
That doesn't mean that she can't think, though, right? She's worse at.
Because again, like, if you hear anecdotes from dementia patients, there are some times where they just kind of come to, and they're really clear for a few moments. Like, it's like, what are we doing right now? They're them again.
My grandmother's got dementia, like really, really severe dementia.
Right
And
here.
like, yeah, it's pretty bad most of the time, if I'm going to be totally honest with you. But there's brief flashes where suddenly she'll like remember who you are. And most of the time she's just got no idea. She honestly, it's such a strange thing to kind of witness, because she is honestly living like 50 years in the past when she was like, young, and she talks about like going out the night before and getting drunk. And it's like, Nan, you were like you've been in the nursing home the whole time. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? But yeah, it is a very, very weird and very, very sad disease for someone to have. But yeah, you're right. They have these brief moments of clarity. And they're very, very fleeting though, and they get increasingly more fleeting, I've found, since as it progresses.
Yeah. I'm very sorry to hear that, but I did just lose connection again. Unfortunately, bad timing. But I wanted to
Am
be
I
a mood host.
Am I hosting again? Am I?
Probably.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me jump out.
What the? Can you see the video?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
It's just showing as black
wait.
for me.
That's weird.
Okay, let me leave the activity and then rejoin, and then.
And then
I'll
I'll
keep
have
the
to
same timestamp.
rejoin.
Yeah, what, hold on, what is the timestamp first, in case we lose it?
Hang on. Fuck, now I've got a black screen too. Fuck. I want to say it was about 44. I want to say.
Okay, if anybody on the stream can contradict that, or give us more up-to-date information, please do let us know. I'm going to leave the activity and rejoin. Nope, it's just black. I think we're going to have to restart the whole activity.
Brilliant.
Let me actually leave the call as well. Go down here. Yeah, I thought I'd do the call over here so we're not like, calling Prankspan every time we have issues.
Yeah. Someone said 4351.
4351, okay.
I will say as well, I do have to wrap up soon-ish, so maybe we'll start like kind of powering through and stopping less.
Sure.
Because I do want to get through. But yeah, do have to kind of start making a move soonish.
Alrighty.
Plan, can you agree with me that it's a
4351.
applies 15%? How much of the principle?
Okay, let me just up the speed to like 1.5.
What is unclear about that to you?
How much of the principle applies to a baby?
Are you looking for a number?
I'm just looking for any consistency.
I
This is bizarre to me.
I said it's proportional to their faculties and their
Yeah, but
development.
that doesn't mean anything.
What
That's
does
my
that-
thought.
that
Well,
doesn't
okay,
mean
it's not
anything.
proportional. But what is the
Yeah,
proportion?
let me give you an example so that you can induce.
I don't need an example. I need
It sounds
an
like you need
actual. I need an explanation.
I
not
mean,
an
Andrew, you
example.
said you were genuinely clueless as to what it means, so I'm going to explain to you what it means through an example because that seems like the best way you would get it. Okay, so for example, grandma has lost the use of her rational faculty because she has dementia. Give it a couple years, some people we know will be there. And given that they have
Probably
lost
me
the
included.
use of their mind, given that they have lost the use of their mind, they can no longer think for themselves. They can't produce for themselves. They become incompetent. Now, the nature of human survival, right? What human survival looks like when human beings survive is they go out and they produce things using their mind. Grandma has now lost a degree of her ability to survive. She has lost the effectivity of her mind and her ability to produce shit. And so proportionally, grandma has lost a degree of freedom in society. She's now entrusted by people in the nursing homes, right? They dress her, they feed her, all these other things. So to the
So how does this
degree,
principle apply to grandma then?
okay, well, grandma is still an individual who can think, right? She can still
Told
do
you.
things.
Well,
She can
not
still
really.
act.
She has dementia. She forgets what she thought.
That doesn't mean that she can't think, though, right? She's worse at thinking, right, than me or you, or some,
Or
she's
she
worse at
could be
thinking
so
than me.
bad that she doesn't even remember what happened 5
Right,
minutes
and
ago.
if grandma is, if she is completely just, she has no consciousness at all, right? If she's brain dead, then yeah, grandma's dead, right? She has no rights.
No, she's not brain dead. She just doesn't seem like she needs this principle applied.
Thing if, bro, if.
It seems like other groups of people would need it
What do you
applied.
mean? Like she still needs to, in order for grandma to confront the problem of her survival, she needs to go out and produce shit. The fact that people help her with her
What
problem.
does she need to produce?
What does grandma need to produce in order to live?
Yeah.
The same thing that you need to produce to live: food, water.
She has, so grandma has Alzheimer's. She's in a nursing home. She can't. She has a goldfish memory. What the fuck is grandma producing?
I'm explaining
Except shit.
what she's. I'm telling you
Is
right
she?
now.
Is she producing waste? What is she producing?
the fact that people help you with
at
more.
any specific moment she happens to not be doing those things and other people are doing them on her behalf doesn't negate the principle whatsoever.
Yeah, and presumably she's done production through her life, such that she could survive to the end of her life. Like, what is retirement savings, right?
Yeah.
Or needs that you're responsible for does not invalidate the fact that you need them, and in fact you are responsible for achieving your needs.
Yeah, you need them. They need. So they would need the principle, but grandma wouldn't need the principle.
Grandma, in fact, the principle is a description of the requirements of her survival. The principle is a truth about
But that's not a requirement of her survival. The opposite.
Yeah, she in fact does need these things produced. Yeah, she does. Yes.
Okay, she needs them produced, but she
Like, for
herself
example, aren't you
is
like-
not producing
look.
shit. So so you're just saying some groups need this principle. That's it.
I'll explain it to you this way. Okay, maybe this one.
Again, production is required for survival. For you to have production, you need ownership. That's the principle right there. Right? This is not challenging.
Okay.
You can explain it however you want, but that's what it's going to reduce to.
No, it's not going to reduce that because look,
It's
you're
already did 50 times.
a big individual responsibility. Hopefully, you're a big self-made. You should make your life. You're responsible for your life. No one's going to do it for you, kind of thing, right? Now, you as an individual.
So what?
I'm explaining it to you.
What does that have to do with your criticism of the
So
principle?
if you listen for like 3 seconds, you learn what the for is for. Okay.
Yeah,
Given
I
that
mean,
you are
this
the
is
person.
something that Wilson does a lot. Is like he'll cut someone off midway through making a point, and it's like, "Well, this isn't related at all." It's like, "Well, yeah, because I haven't finished making my point
Yeah.
yet." You'll see how it's connected to the broader argument if you let me finish. Like, no shit.
Who lives your life? You are the person who has the needs. You are the person who is responsible for realizing them. Okay. It is a need of grandma, of children, of you, of me, of fucking Radcap below me, of everybody, that we realize the requirements of our cyber. We need to produce, right? We need these things that we have produced to then be used by us. We need to use them in a way that's advantageous to our interests. And now I can either be better at that or worse at that, depending on my nature, depending on my development, or depending on whether I've decayed, whatever. The point is that as a human being, your survival has certain
This is just pure sophistry.
What's
pure
sophistry? Do you not hear?
What? What a projection. Just saying.
Yeah, I think that's just an accusation that Wilson just throws out when he needs to, throw an accusation out there rather than engaging substantively.
It is insane that as he's explaining himself, Wilson does a specific type of sophistry by just saying, this is sophistry, just to interrupt the flow of the conversation. Like, holy crap, what an ironic accusation there.
Well, because again, you keep on moving back to this idea that this is a universal necessity for all people, and then we continuously point to people where it's completely unnecessary. It would be necessary to other people around them who aren't them.
What are you talking about? Grandma is still responsible for her needs.
How can grandma be responsible for her needs?
Oh, now
grandma doesn't have a fucking
not a
mind.
human being anymore?
How would she be responsible for her needs when she can't think?
Grandma's not responsible for her needs?
Wouldn't there be some kind of duty there to take care of grandma?
So now you're realizing that to the degree that grandma is maturely human is to the degree that she has the principle that apply?
There's no principle there applied to her.
There's no principle?
When you say this, like,
we can just grandma doesn't need to the degree.
See, now Divinity's kind of turning it back on, oh, there's no principle? There's no principle that applies to her? Like, come on, Andrew. Yeah. If you're going to dish out, you got to be able to take it.
In which
grandma doesn't need the freedom
to the degree in which the principle applies to grandma is the degree in which the principle applies. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it does. Look, Andrew,
that's just meaningless nonsense. It's like, well, what's the portion? 4%? 3% of the principle?
It's cool. I can explain.
How much of the percentage of the principle applies to grandma here?
Let me ask you a question. If I go up and I try to beat on grandma, do you think that's going to disrupt her ability to survive?
Yeah.
Right. So she still needs the freedom from physical force.
Perfect. Boom! Another stamp of approval right there.
But she doesn't need to go out and produce shit, right?
Wait a second. I'm confused here. So grandma needs other people to be able to protect grandma.
No, she needs the condition. Look, I'm telling you, she's a condition.
And so grandma can't protect herself, right?
How the condition is sustained is a separate question. I'm saying she has this condition.
So grandma can't take... Okay, hang on. I just want to make sure I got this right. Grandma in this scenario can't protect herself.
Yeah, she's incompetent. She's senile.
So who's protecting grandma?
Hold on. We can talk about who enforces the principle, but what we're recognizing here is the principle that human beings...
Again, he's recognizing the distinction, the proper distinction between the enforcement of some principle and what the principle is.
Okay, I just need to hear other people are protecting grandma, not grandma, right?
Yeah, there is an objective need for government. I agree with you, okay?
I'm not asking about that. I'm just saying other people are protecting
government
grandma.
is the institution which protects you from force. So, in fact, you are asking about that. That's the answer to your question.
No, I'm just asking if other people are protecting grandma.
Yes, the government protects grandma. Yes, the government protects grandma.
Okay, got it. So then it sounds like the government needs to have...
So this is like the one area where this is like the proper divergence, I would say, that we obviously have from Divinity is this whole government point. Like he does believe that the government ought to, provide for grandma's security. We obviously don't believe that.
Yeah, we would agree that grandma does require something to protect her from physical invasion, if you want to use that term, if she's going to survive. But we disagree about what is the best way to go about that. Right? That is where the disagreement comes in. So obviously, us filthy capitalists, we believe that we should have a market in this. But I guess the socialist Randians would disagree.
In fact, operates according to the principle I'm trying to identify, which is that individuals...
Yes, but that doesn't mean the individual needs to. That's my
In fact, no, it is a need of grandma, right? Here's what you got to understand. Just let me get through my soliloquy, and then you can deconstruct and clip. Look, here's the point. Grandma, because she's a human being, has certain requirements. One of her requirements when she is in society is that people do not go beat on her and fucking steal her and fucking snack her weed, all these things, right? Grandma's life is in fact harmed and worsened and made impossible if people do these to varying degrees, right? So it's a need of grandma that she's free from physical force. Now, it's actually also a need of you and me that we are not fucked with, but people don't fucking steal our shit, they don't rob us, they don't fucking brutalize us in a fucking, in an alleyway. All these other things, these are all requirements of us. We cannot live as human beings if we are having force applied to us in an initiatory way. Therefore, we all have a need for somebody to enforce and remove physical force from all of us. Now,
we can't live as human beings by violating those principles against other human beings.
Yeah, you're being immoral,
can't we?
Yeah, no, you can't.
That's the part. What do you mean? You haven't demonstrated that's immoral?
You're making it worse.
All you've done is say it's...
No, he has demonstrated that that's immoral because he's showing that this is that principle is incompatible with human flourishing. He's demonstrated that already, actually.
Mm-hmm. That's immoral because I think it's immoral. That's it.
In fact, I've explained
what makes that what makes that actually immoral?
It violates the requirements of human survival in the social context.
It doesn't, though.
We just explained how it does. We just explained that grandma needs it.
The thing is like, let's just, what? I'll even grant it for the sake of argument. So what?
So what about what?
So what if, let's just say that one collective group of human beings wants to violate this principle because they don't give a shit. What would actually make that immoral?
What makes it immoral?
Yeah, what makes it immoral?
So what were you granting? I don't understand. What did you just grant?
I'm just granting the position that...
That's immoral.
Is it only that you have this position?
How can you grant that it's immoral and ask me what makes it immoral, bro?
Yeah, I'm granting. Is it the case that what is just your stance that it's immoral?
What are you granting?
Because he did. This is kind of just like a linguistic quirk, I guess. I was gonna say linguistic quirk there. This is a linguistic quirk of Andrew Wilson. He's like, okay, well, let's just grant this, and then he just goes into whatever he wants to say. Let's just grant this. It's kind of like a politician tactic. Okay, well, let's just grant that, and then he just doesn't grant anything.
Yeah. That is, it is, I think and he's talked about this, his whole debate strategy is basically to try and just like grant people stuff and then like demonstrate that even under their own worldview, like it doesn't apply or whatever. Problem is that sometimes he's actually not trying to grant people stuff, but that's just how he'll speak.
Yeah.
So this is the end result of that.
I mean, he's got to follow the call center script. That's what he's got to do.
Yeah.
I'm asking you a question.
So you said you granted something. What did you grant? Did you grant that it was immoral?
Yeah, I'm just granting from your worldview it is.
Okay, so granting it's immoral. What was the question then?
From your worldview.
Okay, assuming it's immoral, what was the question about it?
What? Yeah, so we're granting your worldview this thing immoral, right?
Okay,
yeah, this thing's immoral. My follow-up question is that just dependent on your stance?
It's not just dependent on my stance.
What else is it dependent on?
The facts of human nature.
And do those require stances?
And if you grant his worldview, just everything follows here. Like you can't grant this worldview. It doesn't work in this case,
grant
Andrew.
the worldview, then objectivism is true.
You can't grant. You could grant it in the case of like, a subjectivist. Okay, I grant your worldview. What's wrong with me? Putting you in the rape cage or whatever. It works there, but it doesn't work here. It does not work. You need to understand when to go off script, Andrew. This is your big failing here. Like, go off script here. You cannot. Okay, I grant the objectivist worldview. Why is it immoral? Well, we've already granted that. Okay, well, why is that true? Well, we've already granted that. It doesn't work anymore. It no longer works, Andrew. You need to understand. This is a what was the proverb? It's a proverb, not a principle that you have to just grant people their worldview. It's a proverb, not a principle. You've forgotten why you developed that proverb in the first place, under what conditions it applies, and why it applies there. You've forgotten this, and that's why you're just totally floundering here. This is ridiculous.
As well.
Facts? No, the facts of human nature are not an attitude or stance I have.
So what makes them factual?
What makes the facts facts? I think you agree that facts don't have to be made facts, Andrew. We already talked about this.
Well, I mean, that's tautology. That's not telling you.
That's not tautology. You're committing a category error, and then when I explain
yeah, you're saying a fact is a fact. If you say a fact is a fact, that's tautology.
Facts are facts, Andrew. That's right.
Andrew, we've already went down this dialogue tree.
I feel like
hang on, but that is a tautology, right? Facts are facts.
By tautology, do you mean it is the thing that it is?
Can you answer my question? Is it tautology to say
facts are clarifying question. Is that what you mean? Do you mean a fact?
I'm asking you. Well, wait. How is it a clarification?
Because I'm asking what you mean by tautology. That's why it's a clarification.
Do you want a definition of a tautology?
I'm just clarifying. By
I can pull one up.
Okay,
I'll pull up what tautology means.
Oh no, Andrew. He's doing the argumentum and Merriam-Webster. He has fallen to the depths of Dave Smith, which he previously completely destroyed. He's been crushed. He has crumbled. No, you do not pull up the definition, Andrew. You have explained why this is bad. You've demonstrated why this is bad. Andrew, what are you doing? Oh no. Bubblegum Gun 3292 for another $2 saying Wilson is a right-wing Destiny clone. Thank you very much. And he attached a pig and a pill emoji to that. I'm not sure what that means, but yeah, this is whew.
By tautology, did you just mean the fact is a fact?
I didn't say tautology. I said tautology.
I mean, you don't want to critique me about stuttering, bro. I mean, did you hear what
the saying
you just stuttered when you criticized me for stuttering?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, Andrew. Yeah, he stuttered, okay, Andrew. This is not the position you want to be. I didn't know it would get this bad. Holy crap.
Stuttering. I mean, I'll criticize your stutters. It'll be really embarrassing for you because you've stumbled over yourself the whole time. But I'm not going to do that because I have a little more decorum than you. It's cool. So did you look up what
Okay,
tautology
so anyway,
is?
the saying
and
that
tell
the
me
same thing twice in different words.
I mean, you just stuttered again when you try to criticize me. So you got to pick your route. Do you want to talk about substance, or do you want to talk about who stutters more? Because I promise you, it's not going to look at.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Can you tell me what tautology is?
I grant that you don't know what I'm talking about. What is a tautology?
don't.
It's a statement. It's a statement which just asserts. It's like A is A. Okay, it's just something that is sometimes they say it's factually true. Sometimes they say it's truly
So
true.
is saying a fact is a fact a tautology?
If by tautology you just mean saying this thing is what it is, yeah, that is a tautology.
Jesus
Okay, so it's
Christ.
tautological.
Yes, facts
So
are
it's not.
facts.
So it's not offering me any clarification on what one actually is.
I told you what a fact is.
What
A
is
fact
it
is an
again?
aspect of reality.
And is that stance dependent or not?
Is an aspect of reality fact that stance dependent?
He's just,
Depends on
he's just running back in the flow. He's just trying to run back in the flow, see where he lost it. Like, oh, let's just go back. Let's just Riley rewind to 50 minutes
We
ago.
haven't talked about stance dependence for like 45 minutes at this point.
Oh my fucking god. He's literally just trying to Riley rewind the flow to get back to a point where he can maybe branch off in a different direction. This is honestly, I think he's getting more destroyed than Dave Smith was destroyed by him. That's a high bar. Actually, I'm sure of that. I was not laughing this much at Dave Smith. I was mostly just rolling my eyes. Like, holy shit, bro. Jesus Christ, Andrew. Andrew, do you need some debate lessons or something? Like, I mean, I know you got that $900 course or whatever. I can help you out a little bit here, I think. Fuck me.
the aspect of reality. Like the aspect of reality.
The aspect of reality that is a fact.
Some aspects of reality are stance independent, some aren't.
Which ones aren't?
The ones that are dependent on stances. Boy, what's wrong with you? Like, what do you not get about this, man?
I'm asking
What do you think? What do you think? So when you say,
look,
take a step back. When we say stance independent, what do you think we're attributing the stance dependence to? We're attributing it to a fact. The fact is stance dependent.
Well, usually we're actually attributing it to a mind, right?
No, you're attributing it. Oh my God, the stance dependence relationship is what the fact has, right? It's relationship to a mind. So, for example, when you say,
I just said that. I just said it's
no, you know, you
really just pointing
you
to mind.
really did not just say that. Okay, I'm just telling you right now.
I really did just say that.
No, you didn't.
You can clip it. You can clip it.
No,
Put it out
look,
there.
I'm
It's
not-
totally correct.
Okay,
What I just said is totally correct. There's no amount of gaslighting
let's just
whatsoever
make
make it
sure,
not
I'm not
correct.
gaslighting you, dude. Let's make sure we're both on the tracking train together. I just want to clarify. We agree that stance independent facts are in fact facts.
No,
Okay,
Oh
what
my
are they?
god.
I don't know. I'm
They're not
asking
aspects
you.
of reality.
Andrew, are you married to your wife? Is that a fact? We've been down this dialogue tree already. Are you married to your wife? It's very easy. You can't just Riley rewind the flow and expect to win. You already lost on this point. You can't just try to retread it, bro. Bro.
The part where he's like, what is it? What is a stance independent fact? And it's like, which facts are those? It's like the ones that are stance independent, boy. What's wrong with
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I'm glad that we did this. This is
Yeah.
total destruction. Jesus.
I'm asking you.
I already told you. Well, you're asking me whether.
Well,
stance
you just
independent
saying
facts
a fact is a fact is
That's
it's
right.
not clarifying to me at all.
What do you want to clarify? What fact is or why that's a fact?
Oh my god, he's already clarified it. Andrew, he already clarified it for you. You're not going to gain any new ground here. You're just walking down the same path you just walked down 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, what makes something factual?
It being an aspect of reality.
Okay, and does that require an
Honestly, I'm shocked that Divinity didn't say, well, I don't think facts are made. And it is not giving him any room. Honestly, at this point, I mean, Divinity has wrecked him so hard, he can be afforded a mistake or two. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
interpreter?
No.
Okay, can you demonstrate how facts of reality don't require interpreters?
What? You just asked me to demonstrate a negative, Andrew. What are you doing?
Well, you made a negative claim.
No, are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so I said a fact of reality is just an aspect of reality, and then I said there are stance independent aspects of reality. You said show how that doesn't need an interpreter.
Yeah, well, you're saying it doesn't need an interpreter.
Christ. It doesn't need an interpreter. You're asking him to demonstrate, what would that mean? I don't know, a negative?
I'm saying I do not think it needs an interpreter. Yep.
So then then you've made the claim it
That's
does not
dialectic.
need an interpreter.
And just dialogue.
So then me saying it does not need an interpreter is a claim, correct?
Okay.
You saying that?
It is a claim. Yep.
Then I'm asking for the demonstration of the claim.
Okay. I just want to clarify real quick that the burden of proof principle is not to be equivocated with like who says what first in an argument. It's supposed to be equivocated with what is the ontological positive asserted by a claim.
That's okay. Did you make a claim?
Yeah, when I say, for example, there are no invisible leprechauns in front of me, right? I don't have to demonstrate the non-existence of the leprechaun by appealing to non-existence. It doesn't make any sense, right? I'm asserting to you, right?
Wait,
Similarly.
wait, okay, hang on. You are saying that this principle does or does not exist as a universal.
What principle are you talking about?
The principle of whatever the fuck.
You're talking about individual rights, what a fact is.
Does Divinity have a channel? Yeah, if you look in the description of this video, I linked to this original video, and he links to Divinity's channel. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever laughed anywhere near this much watching a debate before. This is torture. They're waterboarding Andrew right on stage here. This is insanity.
Yeah.
This feels violating, and so this feels like an aggression. Somehow
this was like an NAP. Yeah, he said it was an NAP violation, and Cap Doggo, that was pretty accurate.
This shouldn't be legal. I don't know. We might need our Walter Block exception here for this type of performance. It's too much. I give it my boom 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 fourth seal of approval here. Jesus Christ Almighty! Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Like somebody needs to people need to fucking clip this shit to hell. Yeah. Clip it to high heaven. So says the Lord. Yeah, Prophet Divinity is his YouTube channel. So says the Prophet Divinity. We need to clip this to high heaven. I am a disciple of the Prophet Jesus Divinity. We need to clip this to high heaven. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. My God, Andrew. This is not going the way you thought it would go. Honestly, I understand why Jay Dyer has the rage quit strategy. He would probably be less embarrassed if he rage quit around the fucking 30-minute mark. Ooh. Maybe he can claim that, no, my internet went out or something. Jesus.
Well, in this case, a fact.
Okay, well, that's not the principle. I'm saying facts exist, and facts are what they are. That's true. And some facts are stance dependent, and some aren't. Yep.
Okay, so when we're talking about stance independent facts, that's what I'm asking about.
Independent facts?
What is one? Yeah, what's a stance independent fact?
A stance that's not composed of stances.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, human nature.
That's stance independent?
Yeah.
It doesn't require an interpreter?
No, human nature would be what it is, whether or not you interpret it or not.
Okay.
For example, whether or not...
Hang on, real quick.
Cool.
Can we agree that you just made a claim?
Yeah, I just made a claim, yep.
Can I ask you now to demonstrate that claim?
Yeah, proving the claim is different from the claim, the claim expressing a fact. You're just asking me to demonstrate whether the claim expresses a fact, which is the point I've already made.
No, I'm not even doing that. I'm saying that what you just claimed here...
Demonstrate what claim?
The claim that you just made is that there are things which are stance independent, which are facts, right? I'm asking for an example of one.
Oh, an example of a stance independent fact? The amount of money in your bank account.
That's stance independent?
Yeah, whether I look at it or not, it doesn't have. It's the same number.
Okay, so if collectively a bunch of people
see one thing I do want to have clarification on here, which of course, retard Andrew Wilson isn't going to get us to, is what specifically does stance independence mean? I am interested in what he's referring to there. Stance independence versus stance dependence, right? Of course, we're not going to get that here. This is just kind of a comedy show at this point. But I maybe I'll ask Divinity about that or something. I don't know, because I am interested in what he's trying to get at. Oh, it gets better than that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. We'll laugh even harder than what we've laughed so far, but there's some pretty good parts to it still to come.
Okay. Let's get through this.
Disagreed with that number.
Does it change how much money is in your bank account?
How would it not?
How is it
if people perceive the $300 in your bank account?
Yeah, do you know something I don't, Andrew?
Hang on. If people perceive the $300 in your bank account as being $400 and treated it as such, how would that be factual then?
Do you know something I don't? If people utilize the force collectively, does the money in my bank account increase or decrease? What are you talking about, Andrew? The perception of my money doesn't change its object permanence.
Actually, it does. In that case, with the value of money, it does.
About?
Yes, it does. The value of money is shifted by... Yes, the value of money is shifted by perception.
The amount of money in your bank account is not determined by what people think of it. It's the same amount.
Really? So what gives a dollar value, sir?
Its purchasing power changes, but the amount of dollars in your bank account does not. You think that the amount of money is the same thing as the purchasing power of your
If
money?
you have, are you
Yeah, that
saying
was a
that
really
if
subtle
you
equivocation.
are you saying that that's
Nobody noticed that equivocation.
Wait, I'm super. Now I'm really
You just
confused.
made the distinction between purchasing
so
power and money.
$5. Wait, so $5. If you have $5 in your account, and
boy.
suddenly the $5 bill was socially constructed as being worth $10. Are you saying that you? And this is digital, by the way. Are you saying that you only still have $5?
You still have the same amount of money. It just has less purchasing power. What's wrong? What are you not
so
getting?
you're just saying the object itself?
I'm talking about the money, Andrew. That's why I said the amount of
What
dollars.
the
The
fuck,
object
bro?
itself, not the.
Does he not know what purchasing power means? Yeah, this is the guy that Dave lost to. Like,
Yeah, this is a really, really bad. One of the more basic errors that he's making here is just get rid of the money factor. And I suppose using money. I was actually talking to Divinity about this. Apparently, he said he specifically used money because he thought that this was the reaction. Like, this is what would happen was Andrew would equivocate on value versus like the actual dollar amount. But like, just think about it in terms of literally anything other than money. Is like if you, I don't know, I own a car. It's like, well, do you still own a car if is the car still the same car even if people subjectively value it differently, tomorrow? It's like, well, yeah, it's still composed of all the same parts. It hasn't changed whatsoever just because people value it differently. That applies the same to money here, and he's equivocating on that.
I did rewind because apparently I paused at the most hilarious part, so I want to get the full context for that hilarity.
How does not? You think that the amount of money is the same thing as the purchasing power of your
If
money?
you have, are you
Yeah,
saying
that was a
that
really
if
subtle
you
equivocation.
are you saying that that's
Nobody noticed that equivocation.
Wait, I'm super. Now I'm really
You
confused.
just made the
So
distinction between purchasing
so
power and money.
$5. Wait, so $5. If you have $5 in your account, and
boy.
suddenly the $5 bill was socially constructed as being worth $10. Are you saying that you? And this is digital, by the way. Are you saying that you only still have $5?
You still have the same amount of money. It just has less purchasing power. What's wrong? What are you not
So
getting?
you're just saying the object itself?
I'm talking about the money, Andrew. That's why I said the amount of dollars.
The object itself, not the value of the thing.
Yeah, I was talking about the object. Yep.
Okay, so money itself requires a mind and a stance. That
The purchasing power is
that
stance.
there's even money, right?
The purchasing power is stance.
So
Why
you're
did
just
you
saying
bring
that
up
objects. You're just saying that objects themselves are going to.
I gave you an
whether
example of an object that stands independent. Yep. The amount of money in your bank account, right? I'm talking about the dollars. No, maybe
But bank accounts don't even exist absent minds, right?
Well, it's true the case that the existence of the bank account is explained by the creation of it by a human mind. But after its creation, like once it's been established as a fact, and the fact is a fact that's independent of your wills or whims or whatever.
Well, that's not. Well, the only thing you're saying makes that a fact is that people are fucking collectively agreeing it is.
But there's a difference between the causal explanation behind the existence of a fact and the status of something as a fact. You understand the distinction?
What is the distinction?
So the distinction is that the origin of something, right? So, for example, the Earth was not caused by like a conscious creator or anything like, silly like that. The Earth just began to exist because of a natural
I love how he
scientific
just
process.
took a drive-by at Christianity there and like religion. I thought that was pretty good.
This is actually like similar to a sort of analogy that my good friend who runs the Ask ANCAP channel, again, another show that I'm part of now, he uses this for the group property argument, where there's something can be the case, but there's some breaking point where if you're pretending it's not the case, that like it just breaks down. Like you could believe, for instance, that you have $1 million in your bank account. You can go around believing that, but there is some breaking point. If you try to, for instance, buy a Ferrari, and you can't actually achieve that, right? And he analogizes this to, well, you could go around believing that you have some group property, right? But there is some breaking point where reality kind of swoops in and destroys you, namely, where you have a conflict with somebody else in that group. And that's where it all breaks down, because it's supposed to already be solved by property rights. And I suppose this kind of related to stance dependence versus stance independence, which is terminology I should perhaps look into, because it seems to be pointing at the same sort of thing here. But yeah, like this is, and Andrew Wilson is, I suppose, just a retard. I don't know. He's not winning this.
Whereas, like the amount of the podcast equipment that you utilize, that was created by a human being. Now, one is metaphysical in origin in that it's not conscious, and one is man-made in origin that it required an active production from a human mind. But nonetheless, both are facts, and both are what they are, independent of what we think once they exist.
You literally have, all you've done is shift the goalpost as to what a fact is again. But you just got done saying to me that this is a fact, that you have X amount of money in your bank account. And the second we remove minds, that's no longer a fact. So that would still be stance dependent. So you just lied your ass off.
Why did you try to pretend?
It's just pure sophistry through and through.
Dude, not even you.
Just sophistry, man. Just pure sophistry. It's not even. It's not even impure sophistry, Monop. It's not the impure sort of sophistry.
Absolute pure distilled sophistry.
This is 24 karat sophistry right here, Monop. You need to understand that. This is the purest of pure sophistry.
With your regular run of the mill sophistry here. This is like A grade shit.
This is
the good shit.
He's got some
really
primo sophistry right here.
Yeah.
I can
That's some real Colombian sophistry.
Look, I'll give you the demonstration. That was pure sophistry. Your idea was the amount of
pure sophistry, guys. It's pure sophistry.
Money in my bank account. That is a fact.
You know, interestingly enough, pure sophistry as a term is sophistry. He's just kind of trying to appeal to the crowds here. This is pure sophistry. It's not that low grade sophistry. This is weapons grade sophistry right here. That's why I should run that as an A/B test for this video. Andrew Wilson : weapons grade sophistry. Oh my god.
Fact, you said. And then you said that that's stance independent, which is what I asked you. And then when we got through it, we found out, no, that's actually stance dependent and requires minds. And now you're shifting the goalpost as to what facts are again. What's a stance independent fact? What is it?
Okay, I don't know why you're freaking the fuck out, because I explained this to you.
Nobody's freaking out, bro. Nobody's freaking out.
You actually are freaking the fuck out, so it's cool.
Nobody's freaking out. Calm down.
You can hear him shouting.
He's kind of freaking the fuck out.
Oh my god, it's so funny. He's shouting over divinity. And he's like, well, you're kind of freaking out right now. I'm not freaking out. I'm not. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Finn Viba, 72.35 for $2 Thank you very much. I can see why there aren't Crucible clips of this yet. Yeah. This is, oh, but you know what? Tomorrow, I'm going to make some clips of this. I'm going to start clipping this and sending it out there. I think there needs to be clips of this, because this is the funniest debate I've ever seen in my life.
Just answer the question. How is that a stance independent fact?
Chill.
How's that a stance independent fact?
Calm down, like you're not screaming.
How's that a stance independent fact?
Grab a sip of water while I explain this to you.
Dude, how is that a stance independent fact?
Dude, just sit down and I'll explain.
Can you just answer the question? How's that a stance independent fact?
Look, bro, you must know.
How is that a stance independent
fact? I'm listening, bro. You must know something I don't, because I explained to you there's two different senses of the term stance independent. There's a sense in which we're talking about the origin, and there's a sense in which we're talking about the status. When I was talking about the stance independent factness of the money in your bank account, I'm talking about its status as a fact. I'm not talking about its origin. I explained that to you.
Its status as a fact is just a requirement of people agreeing it's a fact, then?
Its status as a fact is not required by people agreeing it's a fact. That's right.
But it sounds like in this case of the bank account, it is based on.
No, the origin is determined by people deciding to do something. It's not, the status of it as a fact is not determined by that.
Then what's it determined by?
It's not. It's the fact that it's irreducible, Andrew. It's not something that's.
It seems like it's completely reducible to. You just agree that it's true.
Eduardo, you're still in chat here. You need to clip the shit out of this. Upload them all as like TikToks and YouTube Shorts. Clip the. I'm gonna clip the shit out of this stream. We'll both be clipping there. Everybody else is watching this. Start clipping this shit. Post it everywhere. Post it far and wide. People need to see this. People need to see this debate.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
Yeah. It needs to be everywhere. It genuinely needs to be everywhere, because this is like we in a sense really lucked into this because it was just Wilson just being a retard and not reading the fucking prompt. He wouldn't have been here otherwise. And we got to capitalize on it, because these opportunities don't come around very often. So
this is insane.
Facts are facts. Reduce that for me.
Well, that's your claim.
No, you don't think facts are facts?
I don't think in this case.
Now you must really know something I don't, bro.
That would be stance. I don't understand how that would be stance.
Don't equivocate. Let's just be honest here. Do you think facts are facts? Yes or no?
You mean are you just asking is AA?
You heard exactly what I asked.
Yeah, I mean via the law of identity.
Yeah, via the law of identity, facts are facts.
But I'm not sure what a fact here is.
An aspect of reality. I told you.
Yeah, but that doesn't. Again, when I asked for something which was stance independent, you just gave me stance dependent stuff.
I told you the stat. Okay, maybe I'll help you out. The color of the sky.
Can I say something real quick?
Okay. Well, I gotta.
And I'll just shut up.
Hang on. I do. Hang on. I do.
Okay, so this is where Chronic's example from earlier, where the stance of the color of the sky is technically stance dependent, because color depends upon your means of perception. Where you would say the wavelength produced by, those interactions in the upper atmosphere, that's stance independent. Which is pointing at the same thing. Like, that's what the color... I mean, yeah, it's muddy. It's muddy. I love how Eduardo has just been awkwardly sitting there the whole time. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, he's just been chilling, like playing on his cat and whatever else. The funniest part is this other dude like tried to pipe. I was like, "Can I say something real quick?" And then just immediately gets kicked from the chat from the stage.
Oh my god. Bubblegum Gun 3292 for $2 US. Thank you very much. I wanted to do like a sing-songy voice there. Hopefully, it's fun. So Wilson agrees government doesn't exist as a fact, and it's, I guess it's just subjective, bro, because it's stance dependent. Him marrying his wife, that's only stance dependent, bro.
Appreciate the conversation. It was fun.
Yeah,
and I do appreciate you guys having me up on the panel. So that was all.
I appreciate it. If I was hot and sexy like my ex-girlfriend, bro, I would be on your podcast.
I don't have a podcast.
Yeah, me neither, bro. And I don't have an ex-girlfriend that's hot and sexy. Yeah.
Do you think that whatever podcast is mine?
Something like that, bro. Something like that.
Yeah, that's incorrect.
It's that stance independent.
Well, I've got to rewind for that. I didn't hear the burn properly.
For stance independent, you just gave me stance dependent stuff.
I told you the stat. Okay, maybe I'll help you out. The color of the sky.
Can I say something real quick?
Okay. Well, I got it.
And I'll just shut up.
Hang on. Hang on. I do have to get rolling. I do appreciate the conversation. It was fun.
Yeah,
and I do appreciate you guys having me up on the panel. So that was all.
I appreciate it. If I was hot and sexy like my ex-girlfriend, bro, I would be on your podcast.
I don't have a podcast.
Yeah, me neither, bro. And I don't have an ex-girlfriend that's hot and sexy. Yeah.
Do you think that whatever podcast is mine?
Something like that, bro. Something like that.
Yeah, that's incorrect.
Is that stance independent, though, bro?
No, it's a stance.
No, but if we will it, if we all believe it, bro, it's going to become your podcast. According to you.
Yeah, well, that would all be stance dependent, right?
No,
No?
That's the point where we're actually giving a counterexample to your worldview.
By the way,
the
I'm
example
hoping
that
this
you
can be
give
the
is
origin
just
of a bit. I want this to be an origin of a bit where we start referring to Andrew Wilson as the co-host of the Whatever podcast, and whenever someone tries to dispute it, we just say, "Well, if enough people believe it, so isn't it so?" So I think from now on, within our little community, Andrew Wilson is the co-host of the Whatever podcast.
Whatever co-host Andrew Wilson gets destroyed by 20-year-old objectivist philosopher. We need to A/B test that title.
Stance dependent again and again.
Right. The fact that the
problem.
podcast isn't yours is stance dependent. Yeah.
By your view, it would be, yes, because every example you give is a stance dependent view. Yeah.
Not by my view. Not by my view.
Oh my god, he can only do internal critiques, bro. He can only do internal critiques. That's all he's got in his wheelhouse. This is insane.
Yes, by your view.
No, bro, we've been through this, bro. We've been through
What's
the
the
mud
argument
already.
for that claim?
Hold on, no, we already been through the mud, bro. It's cool.
All right. Well, anyway, I hope you have a wonderful day.
Likewise.
All right.
I've never seen Andrew be so like conciliatory when he leaves a TikTok live. He's always like, I think he knows deep down that he kind of got his shit rocked in this convo. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Anyway, that was like an absolutely peak. Like that final like 10-15 minutes of the stream is just absolute peak. It's pretty incredible.
Is there anything interesting that happens in the last? I suppose let's watch out the last 10 seconds. See if they have any comments on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for viewing. All proceeds will go to International Women's Day for my ex-girlfriend. Thanks.
Well worth it. Worth watching the last 10 seconds.
There you go.
All right. Yeah, that was pretty incredible. I'm very glad that we got this done ASAP. Because that's an all-time objectivism moment. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty incredible.
Jesus. Yeah, that is brother fell off, as the Gen Alphas say.
Yeah, Unk got cooked. Unk got cooked.
Chunk got cooked. Chunk got cocked. Chunk gets cocked by 20-year-old objectivist.
I just opened X, and the first thing that popped up was Man Sharma saying, Andrew Wilson, co-host of the Whatever podcast, has lost in the most funny fashion to divinity.
Yeah, anyway. thank you very much for coming on, Monhop. Thank you for bringing this to my attention and getting me to do this stream tonight. We did watch the fucking last bit, Eduardo. We watched the whole fucking thing.
We watched the last bit. We saw the ex-girlfriend bit, Eduardo. Fucking hell, honestly.
Fucking keep up, bro. I'm gonna fucking debate you now, Edward. I'm gonna crush you in a fucking million pieces.
Anyway, yeah, everyone go check out Liquid Zulu non-consensual. Well, it has been somewhat non-consensual so far.
It's mostly rape
Most of
stuff.
But yeah, everyone go check that out. And yeah, have a good night or day or whatever time it is, everyone.
Yep. See you later, Monarcho Hopian.
Goodbye.
Alright. Obviously, Zulu doesn't have time for my debate. Yeah, no. There's not a chance in hell. It's already 2 a.m. Let's just check to see if I didn't, don't think I missed any super chats. Cool. So, thank you very much, everybody who came along, especially those who super chatted. Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. I don't know when exactly that'll be. But hopefully it'll be another one as funny as that one. Yeah, so peace. Goddamn OBS window. There we go.